MyT. Everywhere we MyT Sports Podcast. Good evening, and welcome back to another edition of the MyT Sports Podcast. I am your host, the one and only talent, the 17th wonder of the world, Taylor. It is another In Fuego day in the hottest city in the world. We're coming at you live and direct from South Florida in the studios in West Palm Beach. Yo, it is Wednesday. It is November 11th. They said we had highs today of 83, lows today of 72. You understand? There's a big show coming up. We talking about, well, it's a big show because this is Volume 9, episode track 559 of the MyT Sports Podcast. Before we go any further, don't you guys forget to go like, share, and follow the podcast wherever you listen and like podcast at, whether you're trying to catch it live or trying to catch the re-air. Make sure you know everywhere we can spit that sports in your ear. Right? We got a big show for you guys today. We got a big show. Actually, let me do this. Hey yo. Cause I'm on one. Like you guys know when I am officially on one, right? Let me tell you, we got the Knicks finally getting to 500. We got that to talk about. There's a Knicks game going on right now in the background. For those that know what we do here, we like to keep a sporting event on in the background. Right now, we got Knicks versus Cavs Part 2. Right, we got our birthday shout outs coming at the top of the podcast. You know how that go. So if you got somebody special to you, or if it's your birthday that passed yesterday and or today, go ahead and hit me in the ads. Go ahead and put them in the mentions. We'll make sure we get them a birthday shout out coming up right at the beginning of the show. So you know we got our birthday shout outs coming up. We got a W. Hold on. I need a little bit more life in here. Can you hook me up with some kind of effects, like something to make the blood boil a little bit? Right? There we go. We got some WNBA bets that were presented to us. We're going to talk about that. We got Daniel Jones being questioned again. Right, we got a Blue Chew promo code coming up for you guys. We got the LSU ladies with a new locker room. We got the Jets and their amazing coaching. Oh, this is officially hump day. Did I tell you guys I got a Blue Chew promo code? Like, that's how much humping we plan on doing today. And oh yeah, the news that hit us all in the middle of the night out of nowhere. We got James being traded. Ew. We have all that and more coming up next right here on the MyT Sports Podcast. But you know what we say, regardless of the time and regardless of the weather.
They are who we thought they were. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
It's always a good time to talk some sports. So, I gotta get a retwist. Woo! Back at it like a sports fanatic. MyT Sports. MyT. Boy, we got a big show for you guys. I think the chat's already started. We got people already here in the chat rooms. They've come early. I see you guys. Let me make sure I can get, because sometimes I forget. And I don't see all of yous, right? And this ain't on purpose. It's just because I'm blind like a motherfucker. Or I get caught up in my own shits too. Right now, you know what I'm caught up in? I think you guys know. If you guys know them, I think you guys know. Right now, I am fully caught up in this Knicks and Cleveland Cavaliers game. New York Knicks had a lead going into the half. Third quarter came run. New York Knicks completely blew this lead. I'm talking about they were sitting comfortably. So comfortably that I was kind of sitting here since yesterday talking about. I feel like we got Cleveland's number. I feel like we got Cleveland's number. Now, I may not be wrong. I know you're saying like, damn, I mean, they blow the lead. What you mean? Like, I may not be wrong. The only thing about it is that they're missing some key players. We'll talk about that in a little bit more coming up next I'm coming up a little bit later on the podcast. But before we go any further, before we start anything, let us go ahead and officially go with our birthday shout outs. Hey, yo, DJ MyT, do me a favor. Go ahead and drop that beat. That's not kind of loud, ain't it? I don't know. You coming in kind of hot, my boy. Yo. Do me a favor. Pull up. Run that back. Let me get that a little bit lower.
Good means rewind, a concept means forward. You requested it, so we rewind.
Oh, let's try that again. Can you do that for me? That's a little bit better. I like that. You like that? All right, let's take it off. Because, yeah, it's your birthday. We said it's your birthday. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. It's your because it's your birthday. We say happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Yo, we got a birthday shout outs coming up for you. You know what we do here. We like to give a little birthday shout out to everybody that had a birthday since the last time that we was on the air. Today is Wednesday. Today is hump day. Last time that we was on the air was on Monday, where we do the podcast live from Sharky's. You gotta wanna be there. Not only is it Monday Night Football, it's your boy MyT Sports. It's MyT Trivia. So we're talking trivia, we're talking beer, we're talking sports, we're talking football, we're talking it all. I'm just a light podcast that revolves around sports. That's all I do. And we give birthday shout outs every time before we start every single show. Because I like to start off the podcast with a little hot tag. I need a beverage. First birthday shout outs we're gonna get into. I think I got them rolling at the bottom of the screen already. I got my glasses on, so I can't see. Right? But I think we gotta pop it up at the bottom of the screen already, right? So I wanna say happy birthday very first, who happens on the 31st, which is also Halloween. Wanna say happy birthday to an old boss of mine, right? Named Evan Hoff, right? I think that's who that is. Or is that Evan Katz? Did I not click on the picture and see who that was properly? Okay, forget the background or the origin story. I want to say happy birthday to Evan and Hoff. I just realized how that read. Happy birthday to you. Yo, let's get some horns in here, right? Let's get some love. And then today we got a couple of birthdays as well. Want to say happy birthday to my homegirl, Ashley Murphy. You got another name that was on there, but I cut it off at Murphy. Right? So happy birthday to you, Ash. Also want to say happy birthday to my boy, Busan Fares, right? Happy birthday to you, Bridget. I also want to say happy birthday to one of my army brothers, right? Yo, I say one of my army brothers, but definitely one of my brothers, right? But I've known him since the army, so it's one of my army brothers, right? Want to say happy birthday to his pops, actually. It's my boy Idris Palmer Senior Pops. Yo, happy birthday, Pops. How you doing? Yo, you raised a hell of a man there. Yo, I love this brethren to death. Yo, happy birthday. And also, we got a couple of RIPs. But before we get into the RIPs, right? Let's bring all my birthday people back into a room real quick, right? So, I want to say happy birthday to Evan or even Ann. I want to say happy birthday to Ashley, to Husan, and to Idris' pops. I want to wish you all a happy birthday. We hope you party hard. You enjoy everything, which means that you regret nothing. But more importantly, you flex on these hoes and you continue to stay MyT. Hold on one second. I gotta soundproof the room real quick. All right. Hey, DJ MyT, do me a favor. Go ahead and cut that beat. Because we got a couple of RIPs, right? Different celebration, different mode, different tone, right? But we got to make sure that we get the RIPs in here as well, too. Hey, calm down.
Ew.
Listen, I just had to listen. My uncle just passed on Sunday, like so. Listen, these RIPS are freshly in my mind. I want to say one RIP to Bob Knight, legendary coach Bob Knight. Bob Knight died today at the age of 83. If you know anything about Bob Knight, then you know Bob Knight is one of the famous coaches in college basketball history, one of the most winning coaches in basketball history, and also one of the most hot-tempered coaches in basketball history. If you know Bob Knight, and even if you're a casual fan, remember the coach, the college coach that was yelling in players' faces, grabbing them up by the shirt, throwing chairs onto the court. There was a time where this kind of behavior was okay. Bob Knight just happened to be right at the end tail of it, still acting the way that they used to act, and they needed to make an example out of somebody to say, "Hey, we won't tolerate that kind of behavior anymore." Who else best to make an example out of? Hey, one of the winningest coaches of all time. Because if we could do it to him, we could do it to them all. And you guys know that we've done it for Bob Knight. We're not just reaching here. Even all of you think that he could be a little excessive at times. So they made Bob Knight a scapegoat. Listen, I didn't realize it then, but as I'm looking back at it now, and as I'm speaking today off the top of the cuff, because we don't do a lot of retakes here. Like whatever we think of and whatever we do is how we do it. Ain't no retakes, ain't no re-is, ain't no editing. Well, every once in a while we edit it. Very few times. Only time we edit, I'll let you know. I'll let you see. The only time we edit is when this feed right here. I have a main feed I like to record with. When that feed doesn't record, I have to edit because the other ones usually start recording before then. Like Podbean, where you get the call in line, I start recording there early. Like the video, that starts recording early as well too, and I got one that starts recording early. So those three start recording early. This one is the only one that records literally from the start of the show to the end of the show, and that's really what I use for the show. If I get that one, I have to chop it up because that one may have some audio that will get my podcast banned. But other than that, we'll one take one. Oh yeah, go on, give me that, give me that. Give me that. Give me that. You know what I want. You know what I want. I want to talk to Samson. So when I say R.I.P. to Bob Knight, because as I talk about him today, and I think about the things that we remember him for, you can fully understand that he was 100% used as a scapegoat. So, but I want to say it's a scapegoat almost in a good way. Being a scapegoat ain't ever good because you are being used. But he was using a scapegoat to try to usher in the new standard of how coaches should be treating players. So if you wonder where we started getting soft on players, right? You couldn't really coach them up anymore. Right? You think like, oh no, we can't do this with any players. A lot of that shit is foolishness because players love to be coached up. But you can't yell at them the way you used to. You can't get into their face like you used to. You can't rough them up by their shirt the way you used to. See, this is what people want to do. You can't go throwing chairs at them and shit like that. No, you can't do that shit. It's like that's what people miss. So they used him as that scapegoat to usher in the new era of coaching standard. And by doing that, that is actually the flashpoint of where a lot of you may feel like we started getting soft on coaching kids in high school. I mean, in college, or coaching kids. Period. It started when they made Bob Knight a scapegoat. One of the most winning coaches of all time. They fired him for his anger issues. And we've all have been witnessing it for a decade plus, live on air. Also, rest in peace, even though it's the 1 year anniversary of it. I want to say rest in peace to Takeoff as well. There still is that one song that I really do like. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Big one. Ski ski. Me. You guys know what song I'm talking about. Big one. Hop out the G5 passenger, and this is the just skeet, skeet on the big butt, make it manage him. Oh shit. Okay, let me get serious. So let's have peace. RIP Takeoff. R.I.P. Bob Knight. Again, happy birthday to Evan. Happy birthday to Ashley. Happy birthday to Son. And happy birthday to my homeboy Idris, his pops. Who I must say, I might have to make sure I add this part in there. He is the only Philly fan that gets a pass. That's all I know. Listen, I don't know nothing else about this man except for he made Idris Palmer, right? Who has grown up to be one hell of a fine individual. The other thing I know about him, he's the only Philly fan that gets a pass. Happy birthday, Pops. Right, now let's get into the sports, right? Let's get into the sports. We got to get into it because at 2 o'clock in the morning, we did a whole podcast on Monday. A whole entire podcast on Monday, live at shows. People there, people everywhere. I tell you, there was people here, there was people there, there was people there, people over here, people over there. There was real people that came and leaned over to settle, but spilt my beer. I told them I'm gonna smack you like I was trying out for the new Dana White show. But at 2 o'clock in the morning, I get home, right? I'm not quite home yet. I'm driving home still, right? But I'm about to pull into the door. You know how you get you see the little flash, like the little notification. You don't really get a chance to see it. And I see. What did I saw? I read my notification. I was like, I said, my one of a kind self gets stoned every day like Jesus did. And he said, as we said before, James Harden got traded to the Clippers. Say no more. I had no pieces yet, though. But James Harden traded to the Clippers at 2 a.m. in the morning. That is some whole shit. Like, how dare ye give us that kind of news? Like, you understand? For the person that witnessed it at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm basically anxious all night as I'm sleeping. I'm like, go Clippers, not gonna work. Teamed up with his friend. They never won before. This is going for Beard, Strip Club, and Dallas. And my liar is a liar. What? I could not sleep. But I can understand for the rest of you. You know what I mean? You get up, slap your girl in the ass real quick, check the time. I could get one in real quick. Morning wood, squeak 'em, squeak 'em, squeak, squeak, squeak 'em, squeak, squeak, squeak 'em, squeak, 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 right? Pull out, you look at it like popping bottles in the club, right? Go to the bathroom, right? Sit down, like, okay, let's go ahead and so all this built up shit from the night. Pull out your phone. Now, I understand. Some of you, the morning wood ain't quite like what it used to be. I understand that for some of you, the morning wood just isn't the same grand rising that it used to be. But it's okay. I got something for you, boo. I got something for you, B. My bad. I didn't mean to call you boo. I got something for you, B. And what do I have for you? It's a little thing called Blue Chew. What is Blue Chew, you ask? Blue Chew just happens to be a little blue pill that can get you back your throat. All you have to do is open up a pack and head straight to the sack. Just a few chews before you do. And has the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. So this is one opportunity that you just can't miss. Because for a very low cost, you can beat it up like a boss. And she will love how you come through champ when you Blue Chew in advance. If you use my promo code. Or scan that little QR code I have at the bottom right there. But if you use my promo code of GSSS. I know how it sounds. You can get your first order of Blue Chew for free. Yes, folks, for the free. One thing you pay for is shipping and handling. Take care of your postal workers. They out there in the rain, sun, snow, or hail to make sure that you can rise with the morning sun and beyond. Plus Ultra I'm talking about over here. So it really don't matter what kind of style you're into, whether it's missionary style, doggy style, froggy style, shout out to Baby Boy, jackhammer style, crotch and load as hidden rabbit style. Whatever style you into, the Blue Chew is for you. Whether you need it or you just want it, Blue Chew is for you. Because when it comes to Blue Chew, there's only two things you need to know. You chew it, and then you do it. You could be like LL and you could do it and doing it well. But when you take this, I'm pretty sure you're gonna be a little bit more like Lionel Richie and be doing it all night long, all night, yeah. Head to the site, use my promo code, or just scan the QR code. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it. So, as we get back to the story, right? You pop bottles in the club, you look at your work, you leave real quick, you pop out, go to the bathroom, you sit down, right? You pull out your phone. You know, my phone folds like my money, right? My money don't, my money don't wiggle, wiggle. It folds. I like to stop. So you start scrolling through your phone, right? You hop on Instagram first, see a couple of big booties, see a couple of titties, like that shit, like that shit. Wait, yeah, they can't see what I like on Instagram. Okay, like that shit, like that shit, like that shit. And then you scroll a little bit more and you see Woj, James Harden, traded to the everything you had built up in you just automatically releases. Full blown shock. What the hell? Oh my goodness. I think I almost ripped myself a new hole. James Harden went where? James Harden is traded from the Philadelphia 76ers to the Los Angeles Clippers. And honestly, my first thought was this ain't gonna work. It doesn't move me. You guys gotta let me know how you guys feel. How do you feel about this James Harden to LA trade? Because now you got a lot of people from that whole Cali area, right? James Harden, his former teammate, Mr. Triple Double, Russell Westbrook, regular season Paul Pierce. Because I don't know what playoff P is, to be honest with you. Playoff P looks like it needs Blue Chew. That's the reason why that promo code is going to stay up there. Playoff P looks like it needs Blue Chew because it is never up and firing on all cylinders when it matters most in the playoffs. New York Knicks took this L tonight. They fell back below 500 as they lose to Cleveland in New York after beating them just last night. Just last night. They were in that ass. The way some of you like to get pink eye, they were in that ass. But that's something like, it's not going to work. I don't know how this is going to work. Paul Pierce, Kawhi Leonard, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden. And not only do I think it's not going to work, I'm also thinking, why? Not that. No. It's not even so much why, but how long before this becomes toxic as well? Most of them, am I thinking that it's not going to work? Most of the thing, this is James Harden's last chance. I don't see. Well, that wasn't Jimmy. You know what I mean? Like from Pod God Jimmy. Nah, it can't be that Jimmy. All right. So not only am I thinking that's not going to work, I'm also thinking that this has to be his last chance. Because where else is James Harden going to go where you feel that he is right for you. You understand? Like the LA Clippers are really the only team really in the mix. They were basically bidding against themselves. There weren't a lot of people interested in acquiring James Harden. Clippers did, as they continue to make their push. Right? We heard about this attempt during the offseason. The talks didn't quite go through. This happened when he first announced that Daryl Morey is a snake and he will never play for him again. And the whole time we also thought, what kind of pieces are they going to give up? What kind of compensation? What's this package going to look like? A lot of individuals thought Terrence Mann was going to end up being in this package. He's not. This was basically James Harden, PJ Tucker again, right? PJ Tucker, Philip Petrusev, right? For Marquise Morris, Nicholas Batum, KJ Martin, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and a first-round swap. Again, Batum, Kmart, Marquise Morris. Who cares? Who cares? Not that who cares, who cares, who cares. Old role player, old role player, old role player. So not even like a young role player. Old role player, old role player, old role player. If I'm not mistaken, a bunch of guys on a 1 year contract, 1 year contract, 1 year contract. The welcoming committee. The welcoming committee for James Harden didn't look any better. You see him walk into the locker room. Russell Westbrook is there getting himself ready. It was a very light, yo, what up, dog? Hey, man, hey, good to see you. Hey, yeah, you say, listen, yeah. Don't come over here starting no shit like you did in them other places you was at, nigga. I got the goods over here. I mean, I get a lot of scrutiny, but I got the goods over here. It's better being a liquor. It's all of LA with 75% less scrutiny. But you sit all the way over there. That's you over there. You all the way over there. Go, you on that side. That's what I got out of it. Russell Westbrook telling him now, you on that side. You over there. Go over there. A very nonchalant, lackadaisical, no, none of that shit. Right? Just a simple, hey, how you doing? All right, you're not consuming it. And we ain't no shit. Those short new shit won't be no shit. PJ Tucker has to transfer over his sneaker collection again. James Harden has to figure out his favorite strip club again. Well, James Harden is very interesting. It's funny. James Harden has gotten what he has asked for every single time. I need to come down on that. That's a lot of head. Yeah, I should look that up a bit. He has gotten what he wanted every single time. Yet. Damian Lillard could not make it to the team that he wanted. I'm just saying. James Harden, the guy that throws a tantrum, gains weight, drags the organization through the mud. At least representatives from the organization through the mud. Gets exactly what he wants. Yet Damian Lillard, I guess, call it, had to settle for Milwaukee. Now, granted, going to Milwaukee isn't bad, right? It's just not what he had asked for, or what we heard that he really wanted. Now, who knows? Once they stop sound like they were negotiating through the media. If once Dame got a chance to sit down with them, that he also expressed other contenders because Brooklyn wasn't it. That was just playing with a homeboy. If they didn't discuss other contenders, and I would assume that that other contender, if he's getting out the West, if it's not Miami, what else are we talking about here? Boston and Philly and Milwaukee. They probably didn't want James Harden. If Boston just got, who am I thinking about? Drew Holiday, then he may, if I'm not mistaken, he's probably untradeable until a little bit later in the season. So then that probably eliminated Boston. So you kind of left with just Milwaukee. If you are trying just to pick the top playoff contenders from the other conference. James Harden don't care about none of that. Like, I really wonder if James Harden cares about winning. James Harden feels a lot like Gilbert Arenas, and I ain't gonna lie to you. When Gilbert Arenas first started his podcast, I was really respecting a lot of shit that he was saying. Then he started going a lot left field. And I feel like the more radical he got and realized that was the stuff that was clicking, and he started just going full radical. Not a lot more contests here. Listen, Donovan Mitchell was 9 for 22. They're lucky they won. I'm talking about James Harden and Damian Lillard. So James Harden gets to LA. And now obviously you're thinking to yourself, if you want to be optimistic, this possibly can work. But there's two different thought patterns, right? That kind of consume you. And it all revolves around who should play point. On one hand, having Russell Westbrook play point picks up your pace and keeps you playing a little bit faster. And you know that's good for you. But you also have an older team where maybe you need to play with less speed and more tact. You need to be a little more methodical with your plays. Which leads into James Harden. Because while they may also need to speed up with their play, they also from their point guard position, they've gotten horrible gameplay. If I'm not mistaken, their point guards were averaging the 25th most points amongst point guards. 25. Basically they ranked 25. When it came to points per game, they ranked 25th amongst point guards. 25th. And also below average as well when it comes to assists. James Harden is one of those people that he can get you 15 and 11 every given night, 15 and 12. Bare minimum, he should be able to. If everybody else is doing their thing and hitting. So it all depends on how things are going to go. Or if one of them between Harden or Russell Westbrook comes off the bench. Or does Russ move the shooting guard? A shooting guard that nobody is afraid of their shot. So he is really the ultimate slasher. Without the ball in his hand. He's just a slasher. No longer a guy that can take you off the dribble and go to the lane. Just so I'm really trying to think about this James Harden trade because it does not move me. Like I don't know if I'm the only one here. James Harden being traded was a bigger movement in my being than it actually being going. That him being going. Can't talk. That it actually be him. Actually, it being him going to the Clippers. That didn't move me. His destination didn't move me. His trade moved me. The fact that he was traded moved me, but his destination did nothing for me. Still need a beverage. Now we all know. Now the Clippers are. I think I'm almost now. I'm nowhere close. The Clippers are trying to get out of Staples Center. We know. You know what I'm talking about, Lakers Arena, and they're trying to build their own facility. Actually, they're all building their own facility. So the accumulation of stars I get. It's LA. You gotta get some stars. The accumulation of hope I also get. You gotta sell hope. Hope and stars. Hope and stars. If you don't have stars, you gotta sell hope. If you don't have hope, you have to sell stars. And win championships. Right now, since Steve Ballmer has taken over, he's done really good at the hope part. Not so much at the championship part yet. Now, because the hope factor is very high, it constantly looks like he's going after championships, which is what signing Kawhi Leonard and Paul George is supposed to be, which is what adding Russell Westbrook to the combination of Paul George and Kawhi Leonard was supposed to be, which is what adding James Harden to the combination of Russell Westbrook, Kawhi Leonard, and Paul George is supposed to be. These are all supposed to be attempts at him going for it all. This is one of the little things I look at is that a lot of these pieces, right? For Philly, that is. Not sure how much of a winning formula that is, except for to add some depth, right? See if you get a little bit more production. Like PJ Tucker, Marquise Morris, that's basically transferred out the same person. But also what that tells me is that I don't think Philly's done. When you see these individuals, right, a bunch of people on 1-year contracts, right, expiring contracts, coming to the fold, it makes me start to wonder immediately, what does this mean for the Philadelphia Phillies 76ers future? And how's it going to affect the Knicks? We're going to talk about how it affects the Knicks a little bit later in the show. And they went, damn, how does this affect the Knicks? Anything tied to New York? Yeah, damn right it is. Hottest city in the world. So James Harden going to LA again. I mainly wonder because I don't think it's going to work. I wonder, does James Harden care about winning? Does James Harden? Like, I think that the organization is trying to make winning moves, and granted, they may be getting pieces that necessarily aren't it, but still, ultimately wonder: does James Harden care about winning? The reason I brought up Gilbert Arenas because Gilbert Arenas said some time ago that he no longer that he would rather be. What example did he use? But it was somebody that was a kind of average player that has made $300 million. Would you rather be Robert Ory, who's only made $50 million for his career, but has like 7 rings? And the number one thing that always gets to me when I hear things like this is why school is important. And this is why learning common denominators and how things correlate are important. Because if you're going to talk about Robert Ory having 50 million and 7 rings versus a guy like James Harden who's gotten 300 million and no rings, and ask who would you rather be? Well, most people, because of the vast monetary difference of the contracts, a lot of you low-hanging fruit, I don't know how to use common denominators to make things correlate, are going to pick James Harden, Zach LaVine, Bradley Beal, whoever you want to choose. Tracy McGrady. No, did Tracy McGrady get a ring at the finally at the end? Karl Malone. No, too late. Not Karl Malone. Carmelo Anthony. Would you rather be highly paid or have a ring? Because he's like, you know what I can't do? I can't get. I can go. I never heard somebody have to sell their money to go get money, but people are selling their rings to go get money. Cool. I get that. The correlation here is that, of course, you're gonna take the 300 mil over 50 mil. That's really what you're doing. It has nothing to do with the 7 rings. What you're doing is taking 300 mil over 50 mil. But now let's actually put things on a kind of an equal ground. Let's bring Robert Ory to today's league and have him start at the same time that a guy like James Harden started his career, where the money was overabundant. Now, if you guys also remember, Robert Ory was actually a player at a time, not just a traveling salesman and big shot Bob. He was actually a key contributing player on the team, which means that in his first contract, he would have qualified for something close to that rookie max. Well, look at Robert Ory. So we're already talking, right? Let's say if you just want to keep using today's numbers, right? Today's numbers. We're already talking him getting like 200 million immediately. So now you take him off of his first contract, right? He's already banked. Wait, let me look up RJ Barrett's extension. Let's give him RJ Barrett's let's give him RJ Barrett's contract, which I think may have been 4 years, 107. Right? 23 million a year. Or give him Julius Randle's contract. 4 mil, 100. It was 4 years, 100 million. That's about the same thing. Him, Julius Randle, Jalen Brunson all getting about 25 mil a year. Right? First contract, 100 mil. You know, James Harden has, like, so let's call James Harden's total earnings up to now has been 400 mil, no rings. First contract done. His first 7 years, 100 mil. Right? Now that's a 100 mil extension on top of the money that you got them first 4 years. Now let's not forget that. So let's call that 160 mil. I don't think it's more like 15 mil a year. Let's call it 160 mil. RJ was a pretty high pick. 160 mil that you've made or tend to be made through the first 7 years. Then you start winning championships. After you became a good player, now you become a role player that's actually starting at first, and you start winning championships. Right? And you start tying up these championships. Now you're talking about a championship guy, a guy that has championship pedigree, now changing teams. Like James Harden has been doing, right? Has been trying to do. So we're talking about another, let's call him Draymond Green, right? At this point. All right? And Draymond Green got on his contract 4 years, another 100 mil. So now Robert Ory, and let's see how many years Robert Ory played. All right. So Robert Ory played from 92 to 2008. Right? So we just summed up his career basically for the first, from 92 to 2000. 100 mil banked. Signs another little quick 4-year contract. I don't even think he signed a 4-year contract. But let's just say he signs another 4-year contract. Goes to, forgot where he's at. He goes 200 mil. That he leaves there. And just becomes a sniper for the end part of his career. To win a championship in LA, win a championship in San Antonio, wherever it was. Houston, wherever it was. But at the tail end is winning championships at the end. 1 year, 15 mil. 1 year, 20 mil. 1 year for the last 4 years of his contract. After already banking 200 mil. So now you tell me, who would you rather be? Robert Ory and the numbers I just gave you? Let's say he ends his career earning at about, and that's just NBA earnings. Not just saying all the overs. No, let's just say NBA earnings. And 7 rings? Or you want to be James Harden with the money he currently has and no rings? It's going to be more money than Robert Ory. I'm going to tell you that much. It's going to be more than Ory. So which one would you rather? Because now we're talking about $100 million difference. Now we're talking about a $50 million difference, $75 million difference. Maybe at most $150 million. Let's just take it that much. $150 million difference Doing 300 mil to 450 mil, but you got 7 rings with it. You are known as a 7-time champion, while James Harden is on his 4th team in 4 years, and he's known as a 4-time loser. Who would you rather be? That's just when Gilbert Arenas made this low-hanging fruit correlation, right? Of Robert Ory when his career earnings only $50 million when he played in an era where the money wasn't the same. See, that's the thing that really pissed me off. That's the reason why it made it so easy for the nonsensical individuals to agree with him, because he used 2 different eras of monetary value. That's like comparing somebody who got paid in the 50s and now trying to compare to somebody that got paid today. But in the 50s, when he was getting paid, he also has the accolades to say that he was one of the best that ever did it. While you just made more than him with today's range, but you are below average. Sorry, motherfucker. And see, this is when Gilbert Arenas kind of started losing me. Just period. Cause I'm like, nah, you set up simple motherfuckers for the takedown, and you sounded simple yourself. This is the reason. This is why I always say this is the reason why math beyond algebra is important. This is why critical thinking in English is important. You have to know how to utilize common denominators and make things correlate. So if you brought Robert Ory into today's era and you still gave him all of his rings and accolades and the proper monetary value, I'd rather take Robert Ory's career than James Harden's career any day. Because Robert Ory's career earnings won't be 80 million, won't be 50 million. It'll be within about 100 million of what James Harden has made. And we know him as a winner. Ory, that is. So I really wondered to myself, does James Harden even care about winning anymore? Because Brooklyn was supposed to be about winning, right? He left Houston to go to Brooklyn. That's supposed to be about winning. Left Brooklyn to go to Philly. That's supposed to be about winning. And now he's leaving Philly to go to the Clippers. And I haven't heard if this is about winning yet. James, I'm not gonna lie to you. James Harden was already a shaky start to me, like kind of shaky, right? he was already massively shaky to me. His style of play always kind of seemed fugazi to me. It seemed gimmicky. Because once the gimmicks started being taken out of the NBA, once they started penalizing these gimmicks, his scoring average came down tremendously. He could barely get a foul call now. Oh, wait a minute. So we got a caller. Hold on. Yeah, yes, you can call it. So I'm at the yeah. What's going on? What's going on? Unearned. How are you doing? I'm doing good. Doing good. What do you like? I saw you heard me. We was over here just talking some sports. Okay, what you got for me? I wasn't even about a paycheck anymore because I don't even think it's about a pay. Like that wasn't even my question. If he's about winning or he's about a paycheck, because eh, I don't see him. I don't. I don't. I'm just curious if he's about winning because he didn't because he when he went to Brooklyn he didn't. I'm trying to remember. I don't think he got a new contract in Brooklyn. They were supposed to, and then before he went to Philly, he was supposed to get his contract redone. That never happened, and now he's in LA. Hmm. That was about money. hmm Correct. Ah. So now I see him with LA. Now the one I see him in LA now, and I'm just wondering, is this about winning? Because Brooklyn was supposed to be about winning, and while a part of me believes that, everything after Brooklyn, I'm not quite sure about. Well, maybe it was. And no, actually, no. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if it was about winning because when he went to Philly, he went to Philly to go play with his boy, not his boy on the court, his boy in management. And then when his boy in management said, "Yeah, you're not the kind of asset that I can give this kind of money to the way I thought I could. Like you fell off, so I can't give you that money anymore. Sorry." Now it's like, hey, this guy's a piece of shit. I will never trust him again. I want to go to LA. Now in LA, they have a weird predicament because if I'm not mistaken, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, Russell Westbrook, and now James Harden are all in contract years. So for once, you may actually get all four of these guys play over 75 games for a whole season. For once in like the last 10 years. They may actually play over 75 games, so they're going to try to get this new contract. I just don't know. Like I said, I guess I'm gonna leave this here, and this may be a open question. Mhm. You know what? I think I'm gonna allow that to be the walk off hit. Fully facts. Yo, unearned. I really do appreciate that. Yep. Like I said, I don't have much to say about James Harden. That really kind of sums up a lot of my feeling. I always thought he was a kind of a fugazi of a scorer. The rules have made him come back down to a normal person. Plus, he's lost a lot of his athleticism. He can't get the gimmick he calls, and now just a he's just a guy. And let me add this: never been a big fan of James Harden. In Oklahoma City, when they played the Miami Heat, you can see in that series he constantly choked in the fourth quarter. He was great for 3 quarters coming off the bench or starting whatever it was, and every fourth quarter he choked. And that same choke job that showed his head in Oklahoma City followed him everywhere. It followed him for 7 years in Houston, and then it happened and then don't know what happened in Brooklyn, but that manifested into something else. Now then he goes to Philly, gets too many cheesesteaks, and now he's about to go back to Clippers so he could be part of the YMCA again. Let's continue to move forward. Because while James Harden's game disgusted me, there was another game over this past weekend that a lot of individuals found disgusting. And I want to thank Unearned for calling in. Always do appreciate our callers and our MyT listeners. We see we got Lady Glory listening as well. What's going on, Glory? You can call in too. We're women friendly. I got a female section coming up. I got a female segment coming up real soon. Listen out for it. But as I find James Harden's game, I've always found James Harden's game to be a little disgusting. It was a game over the weekend that a lot of other people found disgusting as well, right? And while it wasn't the giant performance that everybody thought it would be, it still managed to take off and have some kind of flight to it for it to be a winner. Now, I understand that people really like high flying games and high scoring games, and they forget that football is sometimes one of the dirtiest, grungiest, disgusting looking scoring sports of all time. Now, understand that we've tried to change from that to this high flyer unit so that we can entertain you people with 7 second attention or attention spans. Because football's kind of boring to me too, so a lot. But I had to retouch this after I actually watched the game because I remember what happened Monday. You guys remember, right? Jets and Giants played Sunday afternoon, right? Very quickly in the game, we found a lot of things. Daniel Jones wasn't going to be there. 3 minutes into the game, the rain started to come down. No, 4 minutes into the game, we had what's considered a torrential downpour. 5 minutes into the game, you could barely see your hands in your face. It was bad. It was muddy. It was ugly. It was football. And yet, all of you spoiled, you know what? I guess I'm gonna have to say this face. Fancy pants. Right? Unknown pronoun. Let me start. You got nothing to do with you guys. Right? But you simple-minded, confused motherfuckers that have forgotten what football is all about. I'm sorry I have to call you out on this. This wasn't a game worth bragging about. You know what? I was right when I said this on Monday, and I was right even after watching this. The only people that don't feel good about this game are the Giants fans. And for Giants fans to come out at any point, you know what they did? They tried to take a preemptive strike to steal our joy. Don't let them do it. Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. You understand? We ain't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us, and we whooped the Giants' ass. I don't care how ugly it looks. Football looks ugly. It could be good, it could be bad, and then you have what the fuck we did on Sunday. 10-13. You know why Giants fans don't want you to celebrate? Because they dropped the bag. They fumbled the ball. They missed their opportunity. They were up with 45 seconds to go in this game. Up, I say. And they lost this game to Zach fucking Wilson, the quarterback that they don't respect. The quarterback that half this league don't respect. The guy that people wonder every week if he even belongs to be a professional quarterback. That's the guy you lost to. And that's why you had Giants fans Monday, Sunday night calling in to radio stations talking about, oh no, you shouldn't be able to beat your chest. This was a horrible game. It was just horrible for you because you're the loser. Fuck out of here. You lost to our backup quarterback. That's the reason why, now you're trying to take preemptive strike. Oh, you can't feel good about it? Why can't I? I'm 4-3. We whooped your ass. We owned this city this year. We got 4 years of bragging. Like last time we seen you, you took an L while we had our backup quarterback. Yeah, I understand you guys did too. You had Tyrod Taylor in that game, who's supposed to be one hell of a backup quarterback. But you had Tyrod Taylor in that game. Sent them out with rib injuries. We lost our starting center. We ain't hear us crying. You understand? This game was ugly until the end. And then you know what happened at the end? You know what happened at the very end? Daniel Jones, not Daniel Jones, because Daniel Jones ain't do anything this game. My bad. I don't mean to bring up.
Damn, Daniel. You turned over the ball again, Daniel.
I don't want to bring him up just yet. I have a whole segment lined up for damn Daniel. But it was you guys that were up 13-10 with the ball in your hand, with the opportunity to go up 16-10 or 20-10 and shut this game the fuck down. And no, you didn't do that. You fumbled the bag and you gave the back to Zach. You gave the ball to Zach Wilson. And Zach Wilson did what good quarterbacks in this league did. Dude, am I calling him a good quarterback? No, he just did what good quarterbacks do. A broken clock is right twice a day, where this man got his steak and some sauce. And he found that ball over to his number one receiver, Garrett Wilson. And next thing you know, with 45 seconds left to go, they damn near go 70 yards on you. That's why you don't want to talk about it. That's why you want to forget this game. That's why you're taking preemptive strikes about, this ain't a game to celebrate. No, it's not a game to celebrate for you, you giant loser. Fuck out of here. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You motherfuckers think you slick, you ain't slick. You motherfuckers think you slick, you ain't slick. You motherfuckers think you slick, you ain't slick. 45 seconds left to go. Zach Wilson gets the ball. They clock it in field goal range. Greg, the leg Zerline comes in there. It's good. You had an opportunity to do that. And what did you do? I want his Finkel as I want. You shot that motherfucker wide right. Yeah, we can't celebrate when we do the good things at a right to win games. No, Giants, you ain't gonna steal. You wanna break my thumb. You wanna break my thumb. You wanna break my thumb. Fuck that. You ain't breaking my soul up in this bitch. I know what you're trying to do, and you ain't slick. You're giant pretenders. You're giant frauds. And when you played the Jets in 2023, you became a giant. Hate talking about my second team like this, but you brought it on yourself. You heard me, Samson? Talking all that shit on Monday. Oh, I heard all of you guys. I heard you. I made sure I sat down and I heard all of you because I was like, you know what? I was in the hospital with my uncle on Sunday. My uncle died that Sunday. I ain't get a chance to watch these games, but I made sure I came back and I get a chance to watch it Monday either. This whole last 3 weeks have been hectic. You know, understand? Like this is basically, I'm basically about to have 6 weeks of chaos, of roller coaster and emotions. And what makes it even worse, that my boo keeps missing my goddamn calls. I'm gonna choke the shit out of her. I mean, also want to fuck her super hard too. But I'm gonna choke the shit out when I see her. I'm talking about like I'm gonna wait to see like those eyes roll back and she's nutting before I let go. When this game goes into overtime, you elected to receive, and you couldn't score. Jets got the ball back. They come down the field. They kick the field goal. 13-10. Game is over. It's a wrap. Put the women and children to bed because we are going out for some fucking dinner. We cause we fly high, and you know this. I'm Giants fans. I love you, right? You're like my little brother, right? I can't get their shit right? You want to talk shit, you know what I mean? But ultimately,
He's still a beer.
it is what it is. Now the crazy thing, like let's keep making this personal. The crazy thing here is that Daniel Jones allegedly was cleared and could have played that game. So I start to wonder, right? The wheels start to turn. You start piecing all the puzzles together, right? And I start wondering, why didn't Daniel Jones play that game? If he was ready, the coach said he didn't know that he was ready to go. He didn't know that he was clear. He didn't know that he could play. I call bullshit. Oh, I call the bulliest of the shit. What head coach don't know that their starting quarterback is cleared to play? Unless you was trying to make him avoid the inevitable with everybody saying Jets, 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 yeah. You were worried. And I know what you're worried about because you're already questioning him. You guys already have questions. The questions didn't start today. No. These questions have been there for years. But that question became louder and it became bigger in the off season when you were trying to re-sign Daniel Jones.
Daniel. You turned over the ball again, Daniel.
That's what we used to say about Daniel Jones for his first 2 years of the season of his career. So you was wondering if he was worth giving his bag to. In the same year that Saquon Barkley needed to get that bag. And now it has you wondering, was it worth giving $40 million to...
Damn, Daniel. You turned the ball again, Daniel.
Was he worth it? Because that question started the moment he became a free agent. We gave him that $40 million and we're like, okay, we're going to see if Mr. Damn Daniel is worth this goddamn money. And we've quickly saw, and we've seen what everybody saw, what everybody talked about. Without Saquon Barkley, this team, Daniel Jones, is trash. He is nothing. He can't produce. He can't move. He can't sneeze. He can't shit without Saquon. Saquon is the cocaine that gets the blood flowing for this team. And Daniel Jones can't get enough of him. Because we see what he looks like without Saquon in the system. I told you before I start these shows, I like to watch battle raps. I'm sorry, I'll be on one. You know what I mean? I'll be melancholy by day, but I'll be hype at night. Red fish, blue fish, green fish, two fish. Stop. Sorry. Had to take a little smoke break real quick. I don't know if you guys know that I am actually an alumni of the Nate Dogg School of Medicine. Yes, the Nate Dogg School of Medicine. Now, in the Nate Dogg School of Medicine, there's a motto, right? There's a school motto, but it's not just a school motto. It's almost like it's a creed. It's a way of living. It's almost like a standard. And what it basically amounts to is
smoke weed every day.
That's the school motto. The way of life. We got a lot of founding fathers in there. Snoop, Cheech and Chong, Redman. Jerry Lewis? Jerry something, right? Or Lewis something. You know what I'm talking about. Bandana, hippie. Yeah, that guy. This is one of those times I really could be using my senior Ohio correspondent, Chill Will. He'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But you've now gotten to the point where you see now what it looks like without Saquon in the system. It looks a little strung out. It looks a little anemic. It looks like you're going through offensive withdrawal. I definitely will. I'll put it in the link, and I'll definitely give you a follow. If you're talking about on Podbean, I'll make sure I follow you on Podbean as well. I got you. It's that simple. Follow it on Podbean. So we're sitting here today. Daniel Jones doesn't play in a game against the New York Jets when he was actually cleared to play. And I'm telling you, that was only done to quell the noise. To make sure that if Daniel Jones lost to the New York Jets, if the Giants lost to the New York Jets, that the very next day, that the noise, if Daniel Jones should be the New York Jets starting quarterback, is Daniel Jones worth the $40 million he was just paid in the offseason, doesn't explode into a sonic boom that deafens the ear or blows the eardrums. It was going to be loud. Instead, they let bad luck Tyrod Taylor, and that's the only way I could describe Tyrod, because I feel like everybody has love for Tyrod, but Tyrod can't stay healthy, and he has the worst luck whatsoever. His ribs again. Like, are you serious? Like, at this point in time, I'm like, somebody just need to go ahead and guarantee to pay Tyrod Taylor $100,000 a year for the next 25 years and tell him to go on his way. Seriously. Like, because I don't want to see him play anymore. If the NFL feels bad about puncturing his lung, that's the only reason why he's probably still in the league, which is not the reason why he's still in the league. But if he's still in the league due to any kind of sympathy votes, just go ahead and take him out the league. But you know what I mean? Just Sacramento and Golden State playing again. Yo, a lot of these home and aways, these pseudo back-to-backs. You had Cleveland and New York play a home and away or some form of back-to-back. That's about to happen with San Antonio and Phoenix. We're going to talk about that game that we saw last night. Oh my God, was that game incredible. I finally found out what his suit was. I thought he was dressed as Kanye. Nah, he was dressed as the Lanky Man. Is that what he's called? Slim Man. And now we also see with Golden State and Sacramento. They just played the other day and they have another game again against each other coming up right now. I was trying to watch this Minnesota and Denver game. Hopefully I can see the score somewhere else. It looked like Anthony Edwards dropped 24 points on them. And it looked like he's also getting interviewed as well. So we'll see if they give me any indication of who won that game on the tickler. Or you know what? I don't think I even have to wait for the tickler. Let's see. Memphis and Utah. No, that's not. Wait. Memphis Grizzlies. That's not what I'm looking for. But Memphis Grizzlies getting their ass whipped by the Utah Jazz. Texas Rangers. They're in the top of the ninth. Look like they're about to win the World Series. They have a oh shit. Hold on. Let's give you that. So there's two. Oh my goodness. Hold up. Because the final pitch for the World Series may be on its way. Hold the fuck up. Forgot about that. Right now, the Texas Rangers are up 5-0. It's the middle of the ninth, so it looks like things have just switched over. So Diamondbacks are gonna. So it looks like the Rangers just got out right now, and the Diamondbacks are about to be up. And look, oh never mind, I forgot. I want to say, look what it looks like what happens when you don't cheat, but that's Houston. Okay, let's find some Major League Baseball. Boy, I can't remember what last time I've even been to the baseball feed. And let's watch the last, and I'm going to be watching the last half inning of the World Series, where it looks like the Texas Rangers has this fully in the bag. I'm talking about, see, this is on Fox. Do I have Fox? Hey, sexy lady. You know what, that song popped in my head from Fox. I'm thinking, hey, foxy lady. Out of control. Your body's banging. I want your hold. Just put it on me. I don't got a quick link for a fucking fox. So I got to go the long way. All right, so we'll get back into this, right, as we get this up. So let's get back into Daniel Jones not starting. Because how I started this conversation, I found it very odd, very peculiar, very strange that the head coach for the New York Giants did not know that his that his starting quarterback was available to play. I find that very hard to believe that the CEO of an organization, the head coach, does not know that the EEO is good. You know what I mean? I find it weird. I find it weird. Except for the fact that Daniel Jones is coming back. This is the battle for the city. This is this is against a very good defense. Right? Fuck it. I'll say what I was going to say the first time. This is against a great defense. And the rumblings have already began about Daniel Jones being worth the contract. Because Daniel Jones is not a force multiplier. Or he is not the force multiplier on the team. And that's where the problem comes in hand. I see you guys scanning the Blue Chew promo code. I thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead and use that code up. Shit. You get yourself a free order of Blue Chew. Free. I don't think you guys understand what that Blue Chew would do for you and for your loved ones. So you've been talking all that shit in your DMs. Guess what? You're gonna be able to do all them shit you was talking in them DMs when you Blue Chew. No cap, my nigga. What? You Blue Chew your shit. Let's just put it this way. I'm trying to think. How can I give a good example? It's like going from Bruce Banner to the Hulk. It's like going from Clark Kent to Superman. Like, we know you're already the Man of Steel, but once you put the cape on, nigga, taking off the, you know what I mean? Take off the blaze to loosen up the tie. Step inside the booth. Superman is alive. That's what we talking about here. Blue Chew. Nothing gives blow her back out energy more than Blue Chew. Nothing gives I'm trying to leave her in stitches energy more than Blue Chew. Nothing gives I'm trying to make this bitch crazy and pop up at my crib at 3 o'clock in the morning after I haven't spoken to her for 22 minutes. Blue Chew. My dude. We watched enough. We got the final half. We got the final inning of the World Series. As we said before, Texas Rangers are up 5-0 over the. Damn it. Arizona Diamondbacks. Don't laugh at me. Yeah, Arizona Diamondbacks. What's the count already? Damn. Ooh, that was a bad one. Did he call a strike on that? Ooh. I seen a clip of this kid get a bad call. Yo, he said, I can't believe this. Took off his thing, threw his stuff down, said, fuck you. Threw up the double fingers like Stone Cold Steve Austin and walked off. I was like, yo, this kid watches too much wrestling. 1 ball, no strikes. And how many outs? Let me see. Do I have something that I'm missing right here? Hold on, because I got the tax form. I got the tax card right there for freedom tax. See my boy Al. Okay, what we got now? We got 2 outs. Okay, they go to outs. We got 2 outs now. It's getting closer. I just seen Billy Bob Thornton. I think that's Billy Bob Thornton. But I just see Billy Bob Thornton in the dugout. For I think for Texas, if I'm not mistaken. It could have been for Arizona. Let's see what we have here. Here comes the pitch. It's low. They call it a ball. Okay. We got Ketel Marte, 4th in the lineup. Ketel Marte, 4th in the lineup at bat right now. Let's see if we can continue. I don't even know if I want to continue talking about the New York Giants and their failed experiment with Daniel Jones, and them coming to the realization that it's a failed experiment with Daniel Jones, and them having to hide Daniel Jones because they're afraid of the shrapnel that he will catch if they would have lost to the New York Jets and their backup quarterback. That was it. There was no way the New York Giants wanted to put Daniel Jones, their starting quarterback, in that game, have him revert back to his old self, where it has us saying, I put the wrong
They
button.
are who we thought they were. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
But they didn't want us saying,
Damn, Daniel. You turned over the ball again, Daniel.
because we know that we've seen this New York Jets team turn over Patrick Mahomes multiple times, turn over Josh Allen multiple times, turn over Jalen Hurts multiple times. So it's to say that if it was what would have been thought as fair weather, it is over, folks. It is official. Let's go ahead and get some horns in here.
Dig up, dig up.
The Texas Rangers are officially your 2022-2023 World Series champions. Wait, 2023 World Series champion, I think you should just say. And this is officially, folks, their first title in franchise history. This team did something that the cheating, steroid using, lying Alex Rodriguez could not do. I wonder why. Because cheaters don't prosper. And that's the reason why it was so difficult for the New York Yankees to win a championship with Alex Rodriguez. Because cheaters never prosper. Unless you're Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. And you know, I don't know, like we gonna find out that Tom Brady really sold his soul to the devil. We probably gonna find it out for real. 6th round pick. You managed to get with some coach that was also a semi loser his damn self. You guys come together. You built the perfect storm. You go ahead and you dominate for 20 years. You end up marrying a supermodel wife, even though she's kind of average. Like it's funny. Like supermodel, only in title. You're basic. She's so basic as fuck. It's not even funny. But sorry, my bad. It's supposed to be about Texas Rangers. Congratulations to the Texas Rangers on being our 2023 World Series champions, first championship in franchise history. Congratulations to them. Big up to them. They've earned this because they had to go through the cheating Houston Astros. And we know that cheating Houston Astros will push any series to 7 games through their cheating ways. And they managed to overcome those cheaters to be able to make it to the World Series and then beat the brakes off of the Diamondbacks. We're talking about they turned them into boots, belts, purses, and vests. We got the whole ensemble of those Diamondbacks. Boots, purses, well, not belts and vests. Yeah, that's 4 wins. Congratulations to them again. They are your 2023 World Series champion. And you know what's so funny? Anytime this happens, you know what automatically pops in my head? Congratulations. The Texas Rangers are your 2023 winner. Now, come get your Conglomerate Sports Illustrated set celebrating their win. You can get this and that's what I'm thinking about right now. Because I just remember Sports Illustrated popping up immediately after every championship selling you gear. I wonder how much millions of money they've made just from that alone. Billions of dollars they've made just from that alone. Not even televising it, not reporting on it, not even writing about it yet. But as soon as it's over, hey, we got merch. We got merch. You want to rep your team? You want to rep your winning squad? We already got the merch. while there's some town, there's some village in Africa that think the Buffalo Bills are 4-time back-to-back champs. Oh man, y'all did this. It wasn't my y'all did this. Y'all make sure y'all get yourself some free Blue Chew. I'm giving that shit away like hotcakes. This is my trick or treat for you, right? I'm providing the trick for your treat or the treat for your tricking. How you hop on that shit? Don't do hop on it. Hop on it. Back to Jones. We ain't gonna stay here too much long. We're basically done with Daniel Jones. As I feel like Daniel Jones is almost very done with the New York Giants. This was a scare tactic. I don't care which way you want to cut it. This was a scare tactic. They did not want their starting quarterback losing to the New York Jets. They didn't want their starting quarterback losing to their inner city rival. They did not want the New York Jets to embarrass their starting quarterback while the Jets have a backup quarterback in the game. That was it. That's the reason why they let backup go versus backup. Because if they would have lost, it'd be like, hey, we had our backup quarterback and it is Tyrod. That was why. Because Daniel Jones would not be able to recover from an L to the New York Jets, the lonely New York Jets, as they like to say. They didn't be able to recover from it because the whispers and the rumbling about if Daniel Jones is worth this $40 million contract are no longer becoming whispers and rumble. They're becoming hot topics. They're becoming major debates. You understand? Like that is going to boom across all 5 boroughs and even make it to the caucuses of Buffalo, where the Bills will even hear about it too. This is why, though, you can understand, though, this is why the New York Giants were hesitant to pay Daniel Jones $40 million. Because if you think that you have to hide him against the New York Jets, he's not worth it. This is why every player around the league was like, yo, y'all gave him the money? Like, not for nothing, no respect to Daniel Jones, but he wasn't the force multiplier. This is and really remember, a lot of this conversation didn't really come on until Saquon Barkley was sitting there trying to get his contract. Like, why ain't you paying Saquon? You gave Daniel Jones 40. Why ain't you paying Saquon? Because Daniel Jones is not even the mover and shaker of this. You guaranteed this man 40, and by next year he may be gone. We see whether it's Tyrod, whether it's Daniel Jones, whether it's my rod or your rod, Saquon Barkley moves this team. He is the cocaine that gets the blood pumping. And without him in your system, this Giants team don't look right. I gotta switch up because you know what actually does look right? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Don't worry, I'm not gonna forget about this clip I want to play. But oh my goodness. Like, I'm sorry though. Oh my God. Shout out to the chick that lost her whole wig while doing an interview on that podcast on the couch, and then she reached back. Oh my God. Because that's what puzzles me every time I say that shit. Okay, I have enough of this baseball shit. I'm already bored. What? Oh, shit. Hurry, get it off. Fuck. Yeah, I'm already done with this. I've had more than enough baseball that I can stand. See, I'm falling asleep by the minute. Come on, let's get out of here. Basketball. Yes. What? Where am I? What day is it? Wake up. Okay, I think I'm back. I think I smacked myself in the eye for real. It's twitching. It's kind of blurry. Is it today still Wednesday? Okay, good. Today was Thursday. I was going to leave you guys with the podcast. I was going to really leave you guys on the podcast. Today was Thursday. How long have we been recording already? We're already an hour into the show, hour and a half into the show. This is good. I'm feeling it. I feel like, things are pumping. You know what I mean? It's Friday night. It's like, it feels like that, but it's not Friday. It's more like, don't you back that ass up? You hit good, but it's hump day. Motherfucker, make you bad that ass up. Right? Let me tell you what was a fine motherfucker. I told you I had something for you. Did I not tell you I had something for you, lady? If you was gonna stick around this long, I told you I had something for you. Let's make sure you get this.
Hey, ladies.
While Daniel Jones and the New York Giants may not look good, you know what does look good? Has looked good? The LSU women's basketball team's new facilities. That motherfucker is fly as fuck. Fireworks. Fireworks. All I hear is fireworks. Everywhere was fireworks. We're talking about fireworks in the locker room, fireworks in the film room, fireworks in the gym, everything. Fire, 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 fire. Whole facility upgraded. Whole facility upgraded. Locker room upgraded. Lockers looking nice, crisp, digitally. They got couches, lounges in there now. You understand? The film room is upgraded, looking like a mini set. AMC, I thank ya. Right? But it looks like a facility worthy of a winning franchise. And I'm saying this like this because you guys, if you've been here with me on this journey for the 9 years we've been doing this, you know how much we love our women, how much we love our women's sports, and how much we make sure, how obscure it may be, I will find a way to talk women's sports about it because you niggas will respect these broads worthy of respect. Sorry, these women worthy of respecting. I still got some old ways in me, okay? There's no disrespect in any of my verbiage, okay? Just understand this. I just got an old school tongue. So, part of the reason why I definitely wanted to make sure I brought this up, because one, the haters pop out automatically, right? The haters pop out automatically, and one of the light haters, I want to say this was some light hate, was somebody saying like, "Oh my God, yeah, just everybody with their phones out. Nobody, you know what I mean? Without the phones, they can't capture the moment. You know, like, well, you know, blah, blah, blah." And I'm just thinking like, "Yo, lady, what do you want them to do? Pull out the old Polaroid, take some pictures like that, shake it off until it comes into view? Stop at the old CVS, right, or the old drugs and pub, right? You know the pharmacy that you can get." That you can pick up your prescription and also get a root beer float at. You want her to stop there and get one of them new Fandangle disposable cameras? You just twist up and throw away. Snap. Is that what you wanted them to do? Because if that's what you were looking for, that's what they're doing with their cell phones. But now they can get video, and they can add commentary, and they can take pictures, and they can put stills, and they can add captions, and they can use their fucking technology that's available to them today to capture and be in the moment. And have it forever, like you do with the 800 fucking photos that you used to have that's now sitting in a shoebox somewhere. I have like 800 photos in a shoebox somewhere. But you know what I mean? Like what do you want for it? Like I said, it was some light hate. Like that to me, that's playful hate, right? That's lighthearted hate. That's not true hate. What it was, where the hate came from was, I don't want to say it was hate. It was unnecessary over exaggeration. Because I think somebody mentioned that finally the women get some respect like the guys do. Finally the women are get a locker worthy of the men, or finally they get something that the men already have. And I'm like, no, they don't. Let's stop that. Let's not make that seem like that's something that's been worthy to every male program. No, it hasn't. Because I still know that there's a bunch of HBCUs out there that still have horrible facilities. Not just HBCUs. I just wanted to make sure I brought those guys up first, right? What they had previously was a facility worthy of non-winners. And like every franchise, every college franchise that starts producing either championships or nationally notarized players for more than one rotation, those are the facilities and the schools that generally end up getting their facilities upgraded because the revenue is finally there. Not all facilities are equal. And the upgrade in Clemson came after they started winning or started becoming contenders all the time. Finally in that, constantly in the hunt before they won. Georgia. Not everybody had what Alabama had all of a sudden. Now, what I would be shocked and vexed at is if Connecticut's program, right? If their lockers, right? If their facilities haven't come up to par like that, right? Now, maybe not so flush, but be something that should be a selling point when it came to recruits. Like, oh my God, look at this place compared to what LSU used to have. What I would be shocked is if Tennessee Volunteers, if their facilities don't look more if their facilities don't look upgraded, or even who else am I missing? We got Connecticut Huskies. We put in the Volunteers in there, and Coach Bailey in Carolina. That would be the discredit. That's the disservice, because what LSU got is what is worthy of champions. What is worthy of a program that is also not just winning champions, but also generating stars as well. Or getting that 5-star talent. So once that starts to happen, there's no excuse not to upgrade your facilities. Because now not only has these women earned it and done the necessary things to go ahead and put the money in your pockets to get this, but you also want to start being able to use it as a recruiting tool. Look what we have. Or had over LSU. Look what we had over so-and-so school. But look what we have now. Nobody has this kind of facility. Nobody has this kind of lounges. Nobody got a massage room. Nobody got the lethal shooter in there, in the practice facility, willing to give training things every single time. No, nobody got the upgraded film room, looking like a minute. So, I would hope that once you become a winning program or a popular program, this is what you do. But also, man, I like the fact that we got this NIL money, because this just really helps all the cash flow so much better. And speaking of cash flowing, I am going to need a high school coach investigator. I know you're like, yo, damn T, we going after high school coaches now? It's only because the high school coach decided to punch up. That's the only reason. There's a high school coach that decided to punch up to give his program some publicity. His 2024 high school championship team, he wanted to make sure they got publicity. So let's go ahead and give Clay Travis some publicity by saying that he needs to be investigated, because I want to know, how does a high school coach have $1 million to put up in a bet? What am I talking about, you ask? I'm glad you asked. Hold on. Let me pour myself some liquids. That looks delicious. I'm getting hungry. Yo, I'm about to run this commercial after this segment, and I'm about to go make myself some food. I'm about to be going for 2 whole minutes. Just let you guys know. So when you listen to the re-air of this, and you hear that next commercial, that comes on, just know it's gonna be there for at least 2 minutes. Just skip 2 minutes ahead. Everybody else, go get yourself something to drink. Go pack a bowl. Go make yourself some food too. You know what I mean? You got 2 minutes. Go roll up a joint, pack a spliff. You know what I mean? Whatever. Like, these breaks are made for us to be productive a little bit. Like, you know how when you was a kid, like, oh my God, I got a break. Let me go do this real quick. You know, before we had, film the TV shit, the football action, like. But that's all I'm saying. This game over already? What time is it? All the games over? I didn't even touch anything yet. What the fuck just happened? Yeah, that happened. It's gonna keep happening too. So, a high school coach, right? Clay Travis. He decided, I don't even know what high school he is. I don't even know what state they're high school champs for. Like, that's how much publicity he's gonna get. Just enough for us to know his name, and that he's a recent high school champ, and then he put out a bet to the WNBA champions for $1 million. I need him to be investigated where he found $1 million at. But is that even still a thing? Does it even matter anymore? Because there's no NIL stuff in college. Does it matter anymore if high school coaches, right, of some of these better high school, because that's what it's going to start trickling down to now, right? Because now that we're paying college players, next is going to start with a heightened focus on high school now. Because these guys are now being paid in high school too now. Because how else is a coach having $1 million to spare to bet the WNBA champions? So basically, he is betting the Las Vegas Aces that his high school championship team can beat them. If he wins, he pays them $1 million. If they win, then he pays $1 million. Then it goes to obviously the boys program. Blah, blah, blah. I don't think he has the $1 million to put up. I want to see it first. In a briefcase of all ones. I want to see it first. Because I don't believe that you have it. If you do have it, I need you to investigate it. I need to listen. Everybody else got are getting RICO cases on them. I need a RICO on him. Ooh, Sonic's 2 for $7 deal. I really feel like a fat fuck right now. Like, I am ready to eat something, and I'm not just talking about pum pum. So, the first thing I wondered, right? Ooh, this is perfect. This is gonna be such perfect timing. Sorry, Instagram, we're gonna lose you guys, but
Is the man retarded? Developmentally disabled?
I can't wait to own this as a drop. If you didn't hear that the first time, let me play this again. But this is what I feel about Clay Travis as of right now, as he has officially challenged a WNBA team to.
Is the man retarded? Developmentally disabled?
Is the man retarded? Developmentally disabled. That is the $1 million question. Now, the origin of that sound is in question of James Harden's request to be traded again for the fourth time, for the third time in 4 years, making this his fourth team in 4 years. Yeah, 3 trade requests, right? From Houston to Brooklyn, from Brooklyn to Philly, from Philly to LA. Yeah. Third trade request in 4 years, making this his fourth team in 4 years. That's where the sound. That was Chris Broussard, by the way.
Is the man retarded? Developmentally disabled?
He's on that show on Fox or whatever. I don't even know what show that is. But you know what's so funny? The thing about that. Every time I see a clip from that show, it always starts off with Chris Broussard saying his co-host's name first, which is Nick. But if you don't know this and not paying attention, when I first heard that clip, I thought he said, nigga, is the man retarded? But that's not what he said. He said, Nick. So I was like, Nick, is the man retarded? Oh, you can't say that. Developmentally disabled. So sorry, I have a first cousin that we recently buried that was developmentally disabled. I don't mean no disrespect. Those are his words. I was going to ask, is the man retarded? Like, Clay Travis, are you retarded? Are you stupid? You stupid, ain't you? Now, again, it's not complete foolishness. It's not complete rubbish. I get it. Ultimately, what this boils down to is that it's a publicity stunt to get some light on his high school team. Hopefully, that somebody else besides MyT Sports podcast picks him. He's hoping maybe ESPN, Fox, one of these motherfuckers pick it up. Like, hey, you seen this guy over here? This guy Clay Travis that wants to bet $1 million that his high school team could beat the WNBA champions.
Is the man retarded?
I mean, that's what I wanted to know too. Like that, he was hoping that was gonna be the response. He was hoping somebody on Fox, ESPN, Yahoo Sports, Bonzi Sports, Bonsai Sports, Barstool Sports, Pat McAfee, whoever, whatever, somebody besides the MyT Sports podcast was gonna pick up this story and ask the hard-hitting question about this guy that wants to bet his $1 million to the WNBA champions that his high school champs can beat them. He wanted that question asked on mainstream TV so that somebody can ask on television.
Developmentally disabled. Is the man retarded?
That's what he wanted to hear. Is the man retarded? Because that's all I can say about you. You've got to be retorted. You got to be stupid. Sorry. I know in a lot of times we get this, we may get these questions that pops up for college to professionals, like, oh, the national champs Alabama, they could beat the worst team in the NFL. And every time that comes up, niggas is like, nah, you stupid. They would beat the brakes off of them. You guys weren't even respectful enough to say that the college men's team would beat them. You said your high school team. I know you may have some ballers in there and some pretty cool motherfuckers, right? Some 16, 17. I know how you guys like to do. You like to hold your kids back a year so that your 18-year-olds can play with 17-year-olds, or that your 15-year-old can play with 13-year-olds, so they can have an advantage. You really don't, right? The advantage is when you're younger and you play with older kids. If you're older playing with younger kids and you're shining, then then your game is weak. That's like a man trying to turn himself into a woman and competing against women, and then celebrating when he places or does well. What the fuck are you bragging for? You didn't do shit well. You decided to use yourself with more experience and your bigger self against smaller kids so you could take advantage of them, so you could shine. If you really were trying to shine, you would try to go up against older competitions that you went up against younger competition. And that's basically what's going on here. You're having these professional women, let's put this out here, professional grown-ups go up against kids. What, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18? What, the oldest dumbass you would have held back is maybe 19? Because if they're 19 in high school and they did that hold back thing just so they could play high school ball, you're a dumbass. I'm sorry. And your family is a dumbass for putting you in that scenario. And the coach that your family listened to is a dumbass that put you guys in that scenario. And that coach that your family listened to should be investigated, because they should not be coaching or advising parents that are in charge of youth that are trying to make sports a profession. And the reason why I say this, because if I'm a scout and I'm scouting you and I see that, oh, you did the hold back thing and you have now good numbers because you're playing against younger competition, I'm not giving you that benefit of the doubt. No, I'm grading you harder. You're now on a curve, and unless you outshine them so badly that you can clearly see that that there was no competition for them whatsoever by you on the court, and you win your MVP, most improved player, defensive player, most dominant player, clutch player. Unless you check all those boxes, then you failed against younger guys. Fuck out of here. So this guy, this clown, this assbag, Clay Travis really thinks that his high school team could go up against the WNBA champions. I'm sorry. You understand, regardless of what you think you guys have there, you guys are not guarding Asia Wilson. You're not guarding Candace Parker. We've seen on national television Candace Parker still be able to school guys like Kenny the Jet Smith. Now, he's older, but much older. I'm talking about his knees are already shot old. His hip is bad old. That's not the WNBA champions. That's not Asia Wilson. That's not Kelsey Plum. They're going, oh, and I forget the other broad's name. I forgot. Is she on there? Cambridge? If she's on that team, you know they're going to dog walk you. Stop it right now. They will make your boys feel like they made the wrong decision by playing basketball. If this is the competition you're going to have to go up against. But I get it. A lot of kids are going from high school to the pros these days. Unless you guys got 5 guys that are going to the pros straight out of high school, I don't think you guys have a chance. Unless you have 9 guys on your team that's going on straight to the pros from high school that year, 9 seniors that year on that squad that's going to high school because they're ready to go because they've played against some NBA competition and they've held their own. Unless that's happened, they're about to get dog walked. That 16-year-old on your team, if there's a 16-year-old team, is gonna get thrashed. That 17-year-old team is gonna get mollywopped. But that's bold though. Not only is it bold, it's bold and disrespectful. That's the reason why I want Clay Travis to investigate it because I want to know where the fuck he got $1 million to just throw away. I told you guys, I warned you something coming, right? And I'm not talking about me in the club, right? Yeah. Not popping bottles in the club right now. Right? I told you what was coming was going to be a little army break. This is what we're gonna take a little break and make myself some food, right? While you guys enjoy yourselves a nice little commercial, I will be back after these messages. Enjoy. I said enjoy, motherfucker.
They didn't join this team to win championships or become famous. They joined because there is important work to be done, and only some able to do it. They are brighter, better educated, led, and equipped than any team in history. They are doctors, lawyers, engineers, technologists, and combat troops, all prepared for whatever comes their way. You'll find them where the lights don't flash, and the only contract they sign is with themselves and their country. One day, they may be asked what they did to make a difference in this world, and they can respond, I became a soldier. They didn't join this team to win championships or become famous. They joined because there is important work to be done, and only some able to do it. They are brighter, better educated, led, and equipped than any team in history. They are doctors, lawyers, engineers, technologists, and combat troops, all prepared for whatever comes their way. You'll find them where the lights don't flash, and the only contract they sign is with themselves and their country. One day, they may be asked what they did to make a difference in this world, and they can respond, I became a soldier. They didn't join this team to win championships or become famous. They joined because there is important work to be done, and only some able to do it. They are brighter, better educated, led, and equipped than any team in history. They are doctors, lawyers, engineers, technologists, and combat troops, all prepared for whatever comes their way. You'll find them where the lights don't flash, and the only contract they sign is with themselves and their country. One day, they may be asked what they did to make a difference in this world, and they can respond, I became a soldier.
And we are back with the MyT Sports Podcast. I am still your host, the one and only Donald Taylor. I appreciate you guys listening to the podcast. If you are listening to the rear of the show, I lied. I told you to skip forward 2 minutes. You actually had to skip forward like 3 minutes for the commercial. But I got myself a friend. I got myself a plate of food. I didn't even get myself like a whole plate of food. Can we take down the Blue Chew graphic so we can show these motherfuckers my plate without spilling this motherfucker? Right, got myself a nice little plate of food, and all I did was just get myself some chicken, do some gravy on that motherfucker, and I was like, I'm just gonna get all protein. Pause. I'm gonna get this all protein in. We're gonna wrap up this final hour of the podcast by talking about some of these games that we saw last night. I'm see if there's any other weird ass news that we have to get to. We got a couple of hot topics that we still need to touch. Maybe we'll touch this in this next segment over here. But in this last segment, we're going to talk Knicks. We're going to talk the San Antonio Spurs Phoenix game that we saw, the Victor Wembanyama debut matchup versus Kevin Durant, Phoenix Suns. No Devin Booker, no Bradley Beal. And then also the Thursday night football with Tennessee versus Pittsburgh coming up tomorrow. We're going to get into all that in this last hour of the podcast. Let's go ahead and get this thing rolling, right? Into the last hour of this podcast. You know, we call the last hour of the podcast. This is the
MyT
hour. Yeah. So, last night, in what was actually an impressive victory, super impressive victory to the Cavs, the Knicks improved to a 500 record. Now, they threw that away by losing to the Cavs today. Now, if I'm not mistaken, though, the Cavs were also kind of depleted. They didn't have Garland. They didn't have Allen. They didn't have Karis LeVert in that game. It was basically a heavy dose of Donovan Mitchell, right? Not a lot of bench, not a lot of depth. Now, they honestly just whooped the Cavs' ass. Like, it was just...
Cleveland! This is for you!
You're stupid for that. It was just one of those performances, right? Where it did not take much for the New York Knicks to go ahead and get this victory. But also, it's one of those games where you think to yourself, you know what? I'm glad the Knicks, when they got this early victory, right? This early lead, I should say, that they didn't blow it. They took care of it, and they gave themselves kind of a light night. And I'm not gonna lie to you, because they beat the Cavs 109-91. Everybody went off. Emmanuel Quickly was going off, right? Emmanuel Quickly came off the bench and dropped 18 points in 24 minutes. RJ Barrett. This is weird. He must have left early or something, because he only played 25 minutes. But RJ Barrett had 16 points, I think, like the first quarter or in the first half. Like, he started off strong in this game. Julius Randle finished with 19 and 10. Julius Randle has put up a consistent double-double up until this point, right, throughout the league. Jalen Brunson added 19 points. Hardestein with 13. And like I said, this was one of those games where they dominated early. They were up by, let me see, what's that at the half? Okay. By the end of the third or going into the fourth, New York Knicks basically led the whole entire way. And by the end of it, was that 12, 14, they're up by 18 points going into the fourth. And ultimately, they would win the game by 18. A couple times the Cavs brought this in within single digits. New York Knicks just opened it right back up and really kind of made light work out of the Cavs. So much so, I'm not gonna lie to you. Excuse me. So much so that it had me thinking last night that, ooh, that's what I forgot to do during that commercial break. I forgot to bring in the new podbean feed. We got to bring in the new calling line, or else people have no more, or have a way to keep calling us. Yeah, I'm fucking up this food. I know what you guys saying, right? I am fucking this up. Every once in a while, you will see me eat. Tell you, I don't believe in this Golden State squad. Is that Draymond Green finally returning? Is this Draymond Green's first return for the season? I know he was out for a while. He was talking about coming back, and I wonder. It's early now as I'm looking, fully paying attention. So I kind of have to hear them talk this one out or watch this again tomorrow. But I want to hear if they have noticed a difference in scoring, pace, and ball movement with and without Draymond Green. And it's not like Golden State Warriors are getting their ass whooped right now, getting blown out. They're just not winning at 72-66. What we've seen, kind of like with the New York Knicks and the Cavs, these two teams have met a lot over the last calendar year. And if I'm not mistaken, the New York Knicks and the Cavs have played each other now about 11 times in the last calendar year. It's basically almost 2 full seasons, and then start off the season. Like a whole full season and start off this season, but that's including the playoffs. And we're talking about 3-4 times in the regular season, and then the amount of, and I forgot how many games the series went to. And now we're talking about, this is now, after they played today, this is already the second matchup with the Cavs, and we also played them in the preseason, if I'm not mistaken. So, in the last 3 games the Knicks and the Cavs have played, all 3 lineups have been different. Especially for the Cavs. So, I was really coming into today thinking, I think we just have the Cavs number. Based on us beating them 3 out of 4 times last year. Dominating them in the playoffs. All right? Preseason already so far, and the first game of this season, I was like, and that first blow, I'm over here thinking to myself, we really must have their number. I started thinking of this early. I started thinking of this from the moment that RJ Barrett went off for 16 points in the first. I gotta look at it again. I swear it was 16 in the first. It's a 1-point game, 71-72. 3-pointer was just made by Golden State. To reduce the lead from 4-1. Wait, was that Steph? Couldn't see who shot that. Thought it was Steph. So, I'm now looking at today's game. And today's game don't look quite the same as it did yesterday. The blowout wasn't there. The energy wasn't there. But also, RJ Barrett wasn't there. Out today he's out today with a knee. Now they started flipping my thought pattern all over again. Because now I'm thinking to myself, I feel like this is the 3rd year probably in a row where RJ Barrett, for some reason, is going to be starting off the season slow. I don't know how many games he's going to have him out for. I think like last year he had an illness. The year before that he maybe had an actual injury. So when he came into the season, it wasn't, oh, here's what I've been working on. Let's go ahead and just get better. It's like, no, I had to recover from this. So starting off the season, I haven't not fully ready to go. I've kind of been nursing this injury. Now you see him actually have a decent start to the season. He's averaging over 20 points a game. All right. For a lot of individuals that were questioning RJ Barrett, ready to move in, still ready to move in. Right, but question RJ Barrett, wonder if he's going to take that next step. And I always wonder, see, and you guys been hearing me since last year. Right? It's not that RJ Barrett is even doing bad in his role, and that's ultimately what you have to remember. There's a role that he's playing. Like a lot of other people, you always wonder, like, damn, how come I didn't see this from so and so before? And then all of a sudden, Kevin Durant leaves, and you see Mikal Bridges' game open up, and you realize, like, oh no, he had a different role, but even when he played his role alongside Kevin Durant, he excelled in it. And that's how I judge RJ Barrett. Is he has a role. I'm gonna pull up again this season so far, and I'm gonna look. And I'm gonna tell you the first thing to look for. How many shots per game? What's the average looking like for RJ Barrett, Julius Randle, and Jalen Brunson? And if it looks anything like it did last year, then you realize that all of them, the offense is designed for them to all take about 17 shots a game. I don't care how it looks. I know sometimes it looks like Julius Randle takes way more than that. Maybe just his style, the way he looks at his style of play, and it's probably for both of them. His style of play and how they have him running and how they use him in the offense, the ball is in their hand a whole lot more. RJ Barrett does not get the same time of possession that Julius Randle and Jalen Brunson gets. He gets the same amount of 17 touches, and he still manages to get 20 points per game out of it. That's all I'm saying. And we've seen him slightly improve every single year. We've seen it go from 17 to 20, and now this season it was about to be 23. So I'm going to assume that he had that knee injury, and that's what only caused him to play 25 minutes because that 16 points they had in the first, he was going off, and he kind of cooled off, but we didn't need a lot of him. And it seems like that's a good thing too, because like something was wrong and off. So, of course, it's a level of motivation that Cleveland's going to have coming into this game, because not only have we been beating up on them since playoffs, but we also just beat them the other day as well. So for them, they're very quickly trying to make sure that they save face, because they realize that if they're going to be good, they're probably going to end up being around about the same place that they were last year with us, which means that they're probably it's a strong possibility they may end up facing us in the first round again. That's really it. Now, as we see the Knicks kind of trying to get into their groove, first 7 games, actually not first 7 games, first 5 games, if I'm not mistaken, they're 2-3. Actually, let's pull up this Knicks schedule. This Knicks. Yeah, they're 2-3. All right. The Cavs with this win also improved to 2-3. So they needed this win as well too, just for the start of their season in their own franchise. Say not just because of the unspoken beef that's being built between the two units, right? The two franchises, but they wanna start off 1-4, 1-3. Keep having these problems, look like you're becoming anemic. But also, if you're Donovan Mitchell, some of these moves that are being made should also kind of excite you again to put the league on notice of what you're capable of. Because I kind of warned you earlier in the show that these pieces that Philly has, you should be wary of. A lot of guys on a lot of one-year contracts. A couple of first-round picks. A couple of second-round picks and a pick swap. That's 5 more picks. Along with 3 players that they got on expiring contracts. If I am the New York Knicks, whoever I am looking at, I go out and get them right now. I don't think you'll be able to get Giannis. I mean, we all know you can't. I don't think you'll be able to get Joel Embiid. I don't think they're resetting the whole process over there. Or, it's even one of 2 things. It really comes down to this. You go out and you get Donovan Mitchell before Philly does. I don't care about Zach LaVine. He doesn't move anything for me. I don't care where he goes. But I fucked up that chicken. I had 3 pieces of chicken. You either do what's necessary right now as you see all these packages going up. Give up 3 players that you don't care about, if you can, some of expiring contracts. Evan Fournier got to go, and obviously that's who I'm talking about here. Only because he's the contract, not because of him or anything he's done. You find yourself 3 players that also includes Evan Fournier, right? And you give up 4 picks somewhere in the line there, right? However you need to oven up 2 first, a swap, whatever, a second rounder, and you go after the player that you want, and you do it soon. You go over Donovan Mitchell and you make sure that Philly can't get him, or you up that package I just said. You go after Joel Embiid and force them to reset all over again. Give them a bunch of first-round picks, a couple of young guys to go along with Tyrese Maxey. This might be when Quickly has to go, right? Since everybody want to team up with their old teammates, have Quickly team up with Tyrese Maxey. Have them play the shooting guard. Have them play the 1 and 2 together, right? Do something, because there is shrapnel flying around right now from that Joel Embiid trade. Listen to me when I say this. There is shrapnel all over the place from this Joel Embiid trade, or from this James Harden trade. And unless you, and I didn't realize, I thought we could get him in the offseason. I thought we was able to get Donovan Mitchell in the offseason, but we don't have the salary. So we have to go out and get him. If you want him, go out and get him. And go out and get him immediately. Do not settle for Zach LaVine. I may take DeMar DeRozan. Only so he could mentor RJ Barrett. And also, can you imagine having a guy like DeMar DeRozan's caliber come off your bench and be able to preserve him through minutes on the bench? I'm saying. It's a good fit. But you go out and you make a proper bid. Up your bid if you have to. And I say what you try to do first is go after Joel Embiid. Push all of them in. Push it all in. Give them the 3 players that they're talking about. So give them RJ Barrett, or give them Emmanuel Quickly, Jalen Brunson, Not Jalen Brunson. God damn it, the light skin guy. Quentin Grimes. Pause. All right, give them Quentin Grimes. Give them Emmanuel quickly. We know you're gonna keep the Villanova guys together. Give them RJ Barrett if you have to. Right? Give them those three guys. Give them 3 first-round picks. Because if it took 2 for James Harden, it's gonna take at least 3 for James Harden. For Joel Embiid. Give them 2 second rounds. Give them 2 first-round swaps. And go after Joel Embiid. Or match the same package and go after, not the same package, but not for Joel Embiid, but take a similar package, right? Maybe come down a little bit. Maybe not have to give up RJ Barrett. And go after Donovan Mitchell. But you have to go put all the chips in for Joel Embiid and see if you can try to force Philly into thinking about rebuilding this whole thing versus retooling through Donovan Mitchell. Or resetting and restarting this through Donovan Mitchell. Nah, make them go through the process all over again. Make them go after that next big thing. Make them chase. They'll have better luck than we will. They've had better luck than we've had over the years. They've gotten Dr. J. They've gotten Charles Barkley. They've gotten Allen Iverson and Andre Iguodala, Ben Simmons, and Joel Embiid. So, if we take Joel Embiid away from them, they can do this all over again with enough picks. They're lucky enough of a franchise. Or their scouting department is good enough, or their whatever's a franchise where you believe that not only can they find that guy again, but they can develop him again. Can't say that for the Knicks. We're gonna have to get Joel Embiid, if anything, and force Philly's hand. But that's really the only 2 moves I can see right now, to be honest with you. Because if that's not the move, then somehow we get stuck with Karl Anthony Towns and Alex Caruso. And that scares me. Because Chicago's going to get blown up. Chicago's going to get blown up somehow. It's just about who's going to be available from Chicago. Who's going to go where? Where's Zach LaVine going to go? Where is DeMar DeRozan going to go? And who is dumb enough to take Lonzo Ball's contract? And all of this. So you might never know. You might be going to get Lonzo Ball's contract and stash him as a backup to Jalen Brunson. Maybe that's how they convince us to get Alex Caruso. Oh, man. But Knicks fans, be wary. Be afraid. Be tentative. And this is when your superstitions probably should start running rampant. But now, just remember this, right? If you constantly live in your fears, you will manifest your fears. I don't know if you people have realized this yet. The things that you worry about most not happening tend to happen because you're manifesting your fears. Stop manifesting your fears when it comes to the Knicks. Because you fearful, negative motherfuckers are really overpowering us positive energy niggas. That is patient to let this process really work the way it should. All right? Or trusting them to get the right piece. Now, I do agree with you. I don't think that the Knicks are still the best developers of talent. But I could tell you this. I don't think that Tom Thibodeau could have messed up Joel Embiid. He would have played him. He would have made him focus on defense, and he would have grinded him hard and paused. And I think that's something that Joel Embiid would have responded to well, as all of the young players that he has ever coached has responded to. The only people that don't respond well to Tom Thibodeau's style of coaching, or to veteran players that think that they now have too much clout in the game to have to go doing all of the things that Tom Thibodeau requires for you to be a starter on his team or to have a role in his team. Those are the only people that complain about Tibbs. And the few people that fall out of his rotation that he can't figure out why. Like their lack of consistent defense and defensive rating and defensive efficiency. But I get it. I get it. Listen, there were some instances where somebody's shooting could have been enough in short enough spurts, maybe 8 minutes or so, to be able to be a plus in the plus minus. But I can understand how. Yeah. Over 36 minutes, how it doesn't play out, but you're never going to play him 36 minutes. He was always going to be an 8 to max 24 minutes if he's super hot. And the moment that defense starts to lack too much, or that effort starts to go, and that scoring isn't enough, and he's not or is enough or force enough to space the floor, and you go ahead and pull him and you bring him over. But that's the reason for depth. That's the reason why you have Grimes and you have him and you have Artichoke and you have all of these consistent slew of rotational 3-and-D guys. If one is not popping, you send in the next. If the other one's not cooking, then you have the other one get it done. So Knicks fans, be careful right now, because I think that this Philly trade that involved James Harden, based off the assets that I've seen Philly get back, these aren't assets to go ahead and start a rebuild. As much as I'm saying like, oh, they should start the process, these aren't pieces that you go and you start a rebuild around. These guys are people that you let go, that you put in a package together and you tried to make one person out of them. One big contract out of them. One good, great, big contract out of them. And you also couple with some draft picks. So this is why I say you have to jump on this quickly, because there's a window where these guys can't be traded that they just got. Right? There's a window that restricts the team from moving any of these guys right now. Now I don't know if that also goes for the picks that they acquired, but I know it definitely goes for the players that they acquired. And if they need any of these players to make any future deals work, then that's your window, Knicks. Knicks fans, that's your window to be able to get. Oh, look, we got another caller. Oh, I thought we did. But that's your window to actually be able to either go out and force them to give up Joel Embiid by putting together a good enough package to make your wife cheat on you. Right? Or make them cheat on their wife, or whatever, you know what I mean. Or you go after Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell, who still to this day has flat out refused to sign the contract extension with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Meaning that he's going to walk in this offseason unless somebody puts together a decent enough package to come and get him right now. Now, part of this, right, could be that I know you probably don't want to give up a package more than what they got for James Harden, knowing that he's next year. Because like, yo, you're going to lose him anyway. But that also means that you lose out on him too. New York Knicks, if I'm not mistaken, if I looked at this right, because I wanted to double check, you can't get Donovan Mitchell unless you trade for him. You can no longer just sign him in the offseason. That money is now ate up. It's gone. You signed a couple of little contracts, little loose contracts here, a few little contracts here. You know what I mean? So I am going to be paying heavy attention, if I were you, to the rumor mills, to the rumor wires, because this will probably be I mean, how do I phrase this? Every other time that you've reacted to missing out on players has kind of been a little overreactionary. Some players were just using us for leverage. Some players we were never really in the hunt for. Some players we didn't feel like we were the right fit for us. Some players didn't want us. Like I said, we were never in the mix. We were never in a consideration. But for Donovan Mitchell, we know he is a consideration. We know that he wants to be here. We know he would like to play for New York. Before those contracts that Philly just acquired become eligible to be included in trade negotiations, you have to make a move by then. Or else I truly believe you will miss out on the opportunity to add the player to this team that could help to help Julius Randle and Jalen Brunson take this team just up another notch. Now, the only scary thing about that is that it makes the team small. And small compared to, I think, only Boston, really, right? See, as I keep saying, I'm like, damn, who's really big at guard and shooting guard that Donovan Mitchell hasn't played against already? That Jalen Brunson hasn't played against already. Now, I understand the size may be a problem when you have one of them on the court because you can find maybe you could probably get your best defender on them to try to harass them. What happens when both of them are on the court? Do teams have two defenders that can handle Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson on the court at the same time, plus supplying a big man that's physical enough or quick enough to be able to handle Julius Randle? Go after Donovan Mitchell. I'm telling you right now, if you don't push your chips on the Donovan Mitchell right now, you're going to regret it. Because when those contracts from Philly become eligible, Donovan Mitchell sounds like the first piece they're going to go after. Not Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine's going to be the consolation prize. Whoever gets Zach LaVine, you got the consolation prize. I hope you know that. That's full facts. You don't want the consolation prize. You want the whale. You want the turkey. You want what's behind door number 2. I'm sorry, you want behind what's door number 1. Who wants a number 2? As we continue with some basketball, we caught ourselves in a really interesting matchup where we actually had a number 1 versus a number 2. Not in seeding, in draft pick, in draft order. Not in this year's draft order, just draft order, period. You had the number 1 pick, Victor Wine, What About Your Mama, taking on the number 2 pick in his draft, Kevin Durant. Unicorn versus unicorn. Fairy versus unicorn, whatever you want to call it. Unicorn versus Loch Ness Monster versus Bigfoot. Right? But that's what we saw. And this San Antonio Spurs game, let's put a timer on that. Let's put 10 minutes on there. I doubt I'll be here for 10 minutes. To be honest with you, I doubt we're even going to be in this podcast for the next 20 minutes. You know, we got 31 minutes left to show. If I decide to take this all out for 3 straight hours, but I was planning on being done well before then. I don't know how I always find a way to talk for 3 hours, or at least for 2.5, perfectly. Even if I'm not trying, if I'm telling myself, like, you know, I want to fall back, I want to move this on, I want to make this quick. 3 hours. I only want to have an hour show today. 3 hours later, or 2 hours later. Yeah. I get stuck. I get stuck in my own ways. It's you guys. I love you. I appreciate you guys. Because you guys come, you listen. I see your questions. I see your comments, on Instagram, on Podbean, on Facebook. I see them all. I see them popping in. And I'm like, you know what? I got to respond to the people. That's 1. And 2, I don't have a 2. But speaking of 2s, again, we said Phoenix Suns going up against the San Antonio Spurs. And what this really was is one of the marquee matchups of young Victor Stephen Curry for a three. He makes that. He puts the Warriors up by 190-89 with 4 minutes left to go in the game. So look at that. Look at Paul. Look at Chris Paul being taken advantage of. But no, he gets the steal. Ball goes the other way. Gets Stephen Curry for a three. He misses. But Draymond Green gets the rebound, gets it up to Looney. Looney puts it back with a monstrous dunks. He puts the Shaq logo on there. Shaq's logo looks like it could have been in the background of the Good Times portrait. Let's get serious for half a second. So San Antonio Spurs take on the Phoenix Suns, and that's really the matchup of Victor Wembanyama, right? And Kevin Durant. This game looked like it was going to be a wash early, but it gave you all the hype. Let's start there. This game gave you everything. It gave you highlight plays from the young neophyte. It gave you highlight plays from the crafty veteran. Right? We had a 20-point blowout. Yes, a 20-point blowout. Right? By the Phoenix Suns that was slowly reduced by the coaching of the wily veteran, the crafty Brabovic. Popovich, right? Greg Popovich. We seen him drop the game plan, but we've seen his young players fight and execute to come back and make this a respectable game. What is a respectable game? I mean, when it's a 3-point game, I maybe just talk about a 7-point game. You have Victor Wambayu on the post, right? Right, not on, who's on the post, but on the wing, right, corner wing, taking a nice easy two, put it in, bam. Them playing defense, getting themselves a stop, and then when it's a 3-point game, them taking a three, nobody boxing out Victor Wembanyama. He goes up, he gets the rebound and puts it right back in for a dunk like it was effortless. Then they inbound the ball, right? They go for the steal on the inbound as Kevin Durant gets the ball. The inbounder gets behind Kevin Durant as he's already wrestling with his on ball defender. He puts the ball back. The guy comes. He takes it, snatches it out his hand. He gets the steal, goes right to the basket. Chest to chest, meat to meat. He gets contact at the rim, maintains his control, puts it in. No foul is called, mind you, which is two makeup calls because no foul was called on Kevin Durant as he got scratched in the face on that inbound, and no foul was. Is that Chill Will? Did Chill Will just finally make it in here? He did, right? No foul is called. No foul is called as he makes it to the rim. He puts the ball in. It's a 1-point lead for San Antonio Spurs with 1.9 seconds left to go. Right? Yeah, pause for real. Right next to Kevin Durant, as they call up a play, he gets the ball. He gets the ball on the side wing area. He puts up the shot. It gets challenged by he gets challenged by his man and a little bit by right. He gets challenged by his man as well as by Victor. What about your mama? Next, he misses the shot. San Antonio Spurs come back from a 20-point deficit to win that game. Pure fire. When I'm talking about like fireworks, all I heard was fireworks. Everywhere is fireworks. All I heard is fireworks. Everywhere. Listen, that's how crazy that San Antonio Spurs and Phoenix game was. That was that game in a nutshell. And we also had highlight plays. We saw Kevin Durant challenging and dunk on What About Your Mama? And then Victor Whataburger, he comes right back, takes up the challenge and dunks on half of the Phoenix team. Goes up to was the mm, mhm. I remember Kevin Durant lied to people for years about he was 6'9" when he was always 7 foot tall. Because he was always taller than Kevin Garnett. Mhm. Went up for two and then switched over. Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. But yeah, so on that play, he goes up with two hands, and then he gets a little bit of contact. He takes it from two hands, he puts it into a left, and he finishes with the left on the one hand jam. But more than anything, it was a direct answer to Kevin Durant yamming on him. Like you not, I was like, you're not just gonna do this to me, and just think that I'm just gonna sit here and take this. Listen, I may be in a poster, but I'm also gonna have some posters made of you guys too. I think he whose block shot did he block at the 3 point range? No, that was no, sorry, that was a different game. That was Washington with Jordan Poole and and Boston. Never mind. That was Christoph Porzingis. Yeah. Well, they still did bully him a little. You saw him get put up a lot of blocks. No, 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 no. Go ahead. I'm just, yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, he's not gonna get bullied from being dunked on. Yeah, that's true. But in the places that he was getting bullied at were simple things like on the block. He has Eric Gordon being able to push him off his spot, like basically move him. Move. So that's what I'm saying. So there's some areas where he knows how to respond, and there's some areas where he hasn't learned yet to stand his ground at. So there's gonna be some places where they're still gonna try him at, and that's definitely gonna be when it comes to post and getting your spot. And this is from smaller guys. What's about Eric Gordon is pushing you off your spot. That is true. Listen, you're right about that. 'Cause I'll bully a 19-year-old. Like I'm a, like you're perfect. When I think about it squarely, because it'll be the little things like that where I know I'll have the advantage of him. Like, oh, this little young motherfucker, he ain't gonna fight. He ain't gonna fight early for this spot right here. And I know that I need to fight for this spot early because if I let this young motherfucker get this spot on me later, I'm not gonna win this battle. So let me push him off this spot now. Let him fight for it. That's gonna wear his ass the fuck out and help me keep getting an advantage later on, hopefully. So I see what you mean. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. And not just a problem. Mhm. Of course. Mhm. Mhm. He's ball ball. He was me making sure I asked for ball every single year in free agency because he was the cheap version of what I needed every single time. so so it's funny. So it was that little thing, but also you saw him get challenged. You saw him come right back. You saw him block shots. You saw him. You saw you got everything from this game. You got the drama. You got the comeback, like the late game heroics, right? The foul, the shots, everything. The no calls. The only thing you didn't get to see in this game, the only thing this game missed was a matchup between Ball and Victor Wambayu. That was the only thing that we missed. Was the matchup of Ball versus Victor. And Phoenix has Ball on their team. I, everybody, I want to see that. Everybody wants to see it. Shaq wants to see it. That's 2 7 3 guys that can dribble, pass, shoot, crossover, spin move, post, 3 point, paint. Have those are the two guys that have it all. Ball just wasn't a high enough pick for people to give him unconditional resources, unlimited resources. Man, ball is nice, and he is. That's what I said. He's not been a high enough draft pick for anybody to want to have to invest in him. If Ball was drafted, I'm not making excuses because if they would have valued Ball properly, and Ball was a lottery pick, Ball will still be in the league. Well, actually, he will be a starter in the league right now because they would have the financial obligation to consistently have to give him that opportunity, and that's what Victor Wembanyama is going to get. He's gonna also have enough. He's gonna get the opportunity to fail if he needs to. That's not always just politics. Sometimes that come into place. And San Antonio took a 1 point lead after not okay. Miami is the team where if Ball was on their squad, he would get playing time because that team is Miami is more of a media a more of a media damn what's the word I'm looking for a team that's going to give you playing time based off of your skill set versus the politics of sports where they'll sit you down because somebody's getting paid more than you. And that's no, but Bobo fell into a lot of situations like he was a second round pick and he couldn't get in over guys like Paulo Banchero. Like they're not going to give him that time over him. Like Paulo Banchero is a high enough pick where they'll give him enough time and enough minutes for him to succeed and fail, while Ball is always a complimentary piece because of his draft where he was drafted at. Now, granted, I know what you mean. There are a ton of second round guys that play themselves up. Ball just hasn't positioned himself there yet. Listen, you just said this is 4 years. This is still technically his rookie contract. Well, he's the same as Victor, same exact skill set. He just hasn't had. He's just not. He just wasn't given the. No, no, granted. No, 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 no. Listen, no. Because I'm gonna say that because there's two. We know that there's two kinds of players. There are players that need the opportunity and need the push, and there's players that hunt it, right? Like they're gonna go out, they're gonna get it. I don't. I agree with you. Where in fact, where it sounds like Bol isn't that go getter, so he needs that opportunity and that time for that consistent development and push. Like he needs the leeway that a draft pick, right, that a lottery pick would get. But instead, he's getting the treatment that a second round pick to get, and probably because he does lack some of that focus, he continuously kind of falls under he falls under the radar and he blows in the wind. I'm not denying any of that. What I'm also saying is that he found himself in a situation where he can't get out of his own way, probably either. But because his draft position won't make teams go the extra mile for him, like they do their lottery picks. Not all, because he was an overseas guy. They barely even saw him. They drafted him on potential. They saw, they saw enough. They saw enough of Luca. Luke, there was enough. There was, mm-mm. So then what I blame then is that the league just didn't come around to a 7-3 guy with that kind of skill set fully yet. I'm not even excuse, but like I am not trying to make excuses. I'm not saying like, Jokic was a second round talent. Okay, so what else? I don't think if you, not if you don't have not if you're not part of the right organization that's going to recognize or value that. Nah, it don't happen. Because if you don't get it, if you don't get the prop, because Ball has never had proper playing time. He's never truly had proper playing time, and every time he plays, he's productive. I am not, partly because that's the business. I'm- it's not blaming that. It's not it's not blaming the NBA. It's saying that the the culture of the NBA of how they generally have leeway with second round picks, it varies from organization to organization. Some will put more value and time and try to write the right development and would actually weed out and seek some of these second round picks. A lot of these second round picks that you're talking about, they don't move teams that become great. They become good on their teams, and some developmental guy on their team or something along their team finds them and helps bring them up. They're not part of an organization where the coach has been changed 3 times in 4 years. The GM doesn't know what they're doing. You've had two GMs in 4 years, and you've also been on a team that's had six lottery picks in 4 years. He's been those kind of organizations. So when they get the Paulo Banchero in the first round, Paulo Banchero will get every opportunity while Ball is put on a short leash. That's what I am saying. So he doesn't get the opportunity to fail and succeed equally. But if I remember him on Boston. I remember Orlando, Phoenix right now, and for some reason, I feel like he played for no, yeah, I think he played for Denver. Like put it this way, if he was in Denver before Jokic, right? When Denver was still going through an identity thing, trying, develop it. But by the time he got to Denver, Jokic is developed second round somewhere. But like Jokic was. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. They didn't keep him. They didn't keep him. He didn't play a game with Miami. He didn't play a game in Miami. He got he was basically traded immediately from Miami. He never played. He never stayed with their organization. He was part. Uh, he was he was part of a he was part of a package early on in his rookie, immediately in his rookie year to get moved. Like, hold on a second. I'm gonna pull that out because I'm a ball fan. Listen, I don't think ball. Yeah, I just said, yeah, I told you he went to Denver for a little while, but by the time he went to Denver, Jokic was established already. He's got two Orlando. He went to Denver. He goes to Denver. Jokic is established. He goes to Orlando. Paulo Banchero is the guy that they're trying to feature. What are you talking about? No, no, but but these are the people and these are the organizations. Like Denver was established. I'm not making it up. He didn't get a lot of playing time. And Orlando and Orlando yeah, and Orlando is what got him to Phoenix. But he still hasn't. But okay, it's still what I'm saying. In Orlando, he's automatically part of the next trade bait, right? Or the next trade package. He's never gonna be part of let me develop you and see what you can be. He has a short leash. Paulo Banchero will get every opportunity to succeed and fail with this team. He's not going to be part of the next trade package or the next this. So even if he does good, even if he does good for Orlando, he's part of. He's like I said, and that's all I'm saying is that he would never get right now. He has not been ever been put in a position where he gets an equal opportunity to fail and succeed with a team. Orlando may be the well, exactly. But Paulo Banchero from day one was allotted 32 minutes per game and given every opportunity because Bobo never came. Okay, Bobo never came into the league as that nigga. He came into the league as a prospect, as somebody you would have to develop. I'm comparing him to Victor Wembanyama because I'm telling you he has the same, he has a they are, and that's to me they are in the same class. If he was ever given the opportunity that Paulo Banchero was given, you And I don't because they all passed up on Nikola Jokic. All of them. Nikola Jokic was a second round pick. Nikola Jokic was a second round pick. Jimmy Butler was a second round pick. No, no, because even okay, how many times do they pick how many picks in the top five do they miss on? So I understand what you're saying. These guys may know basketball. Yeah, they do, but they miss a lot. A lot of time. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You get a top five and there's usually only like three good people in the draft and they're not the top five players. I mean, one of them is the top five players. What? There are some drafts where we only get like three good players. I did it. Okay, let's do. Hold on. You can get one. You always gonna get. I may be over. I may be over exaggerating, but okay. John Wall, Evan Turner, Derek Favors, right? Wesley Johnson, DeMarcus Cousins. So in the top five picks, you had two. You had two solids. That's listen. That's the draft that that's the draft where they missed on Gordon Hayward. They missed on Paul George. Let me see who else. Ain't a lot more people in here. So and that's so what I'm telling you. So chill, Will. I'm not disagreeing with you. So the same thing that you're saying for the top of the draft is also the same mistakes when they drop people in the second round. They get people in the second round that generally need the development and the chances that they are given top five talent. Because some of these top okay, because what I'm saying is that what the, no 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 what I'm saying that but okay, no, no, stop. But then he's a part of but then he's part of a trade package to always try to upgrade their team because he's an expendable second round pick that has never been given the chance of what top five players get. Because you know who he was traded for? Aaron Gordon. He was traded for Aaron. He was traded he was traded for Aaron Gordon. That's who he was traded for. And Aaron Gordon, another guy in his first 6 years, given unlimited opportunities to succeed and fail. Exactly. But he's not though. That's what I'm telling you. He make if he's given the same if ball is given the same opportunity, I don't think so. Denver barely gave him an opportunity to play. Denver barely gave him an opportunity to play. He was Jokic's backup. He that's the thing about it. It's his work habits I don't know of. I don't no. See, so these are the little things that I think have stopped Bol. I don't know what his work habits are. Because if you're not like I said, there are some people that go after it, and there's some people that needs to be pushed. And from I'm not okay. It's not about. It's not. I'm not even so much about passing blame. I'm talking about more that the NBA is constructed in a way that a talent like Ball that is as talented as Victor Wembanyama will slip behind the cracks because he is not given the. But he is. But he is though, and that's what we're going to agreeing to disagree. Is that I no, this is before. This is before Shaq. I've talked about Ball for years. You heard me talk about Ball before. Okay, then. So this ain't about Shaq. This has nothing to do with Shaq. This ain't like yeah, because I've said for years that if Ball gets a chance, he's a problem. No, I would have drafted Ball as a lottery pick in the top 15. I'm drafting him somewhere up there. That's only that's only if the thing that I think that's stopping. I'm gonna tell you, the only thing that would have been my problem is if the thing that I think that's wrong with Bobo, I think he has an attitude issue, and I don't think and he's one of those guys that if he's not pushed, he doesn't go. And we all know this guys. You know people that could be great, but they need push. And there's some people that could be great, but they're go getters. We because we've all managed these kind of people before, and it's not and when we manage them, we don't say that the person that needs a push is a horrible fucking worker or he has no talent. He just said that he needs a little bit more motivation than the guy that's a go getter. And that's what has happened to Ball. Is that he hasn't gotten that proper push. But he got minutes in Orlando. And those Orlando minutes earned him an opportunity to get over to Phoenix. But he still hasn't been given the unlimited opportunity. But they do hold your hand though. No. But they do hold in the NBA. In the NBA, if you're drafted high enough, they will babysit you for 7 years and hold your hand for 7 years. They will give you unlimited opportunities to succeed and fail for 7 years if you're drafted in the right position. But if you're drafted in the second, so what? Okay, so let me finish what I'm saying so you can hear what I'm saying. If you are drafted high enough in the lottery, they will give you 7 years to succeed and fail limitlessly. It will be you will get unlimited opportunities on how you're able to succeed and fail within 7 years. Most lottery draft picks get that opportunity. When you are a second round pick or you fall outside that lottery, your leash is short. You get 1 year to prove yourself if you're lucky half the time, and you are consistently part of trade rumors. And if you're consistently moving from system to system to system, that means nobody is ever really giving you that opportunity. And that's what has happened to Ball. That's all I am saying because we know this is the business of sports. A lot of high draft picks get unlimited chances to fail. And they get 7 years of that unlimitedness in the NBA to fail. They get 7 years to fail in the NBA if you're drafted high enough. Second round, you're lucky if you get two. And when I say fail, the true word there is develop. They'll give you 7 years to try to develop you if you're a high enough draft pick in the NBA. Whether you're Evan Turner or you end up being Paulo Banchero, whether you're Greg Oden or you're the eyebrow, they will give you those 7 years. Be prone for them to be like, no, you don't, because we've seen trash ass lottery picks that never deserve to be there. We've seen more trash ass lottery picks that don't. No, we've seen more trash lottery picks than we've seen successful lottery picks on a consistent basis. So no, you don't have to be good enough for you to be there in the lottery pick. You just may have the right prospect dynamics for them to want to take you there. No, Aaron Gordon, high draft pick, unlimited opportunities. Taco had no skill set. Taco had no real skill set except for fall and block. Can't dribble, had no post move. Sometimes, sometimes. I'm not making. Okay, I am not saying. I am not making a definitive statement. Okay, I don't know if you understand. I am not making a definitive statement. You are making a definitive statement. you and I could definitively say that, and I'm telling you, and I'm gonna tell you that definitively, Bol Bol has never gotten as many chances as Al Farik Aminu to fail. Al Farik Aminu didn't garner it. Al Farik Aminu didn't, but Al Farik Aminu didn't garner it either. He just happened to be at the right school and had the right dynamics at the time. But he got playing time. It just wasn't as much playing time as their first round, as their first over. Yeah, no, but I told you that. There's a reason why I kept on bringing up Orlando and Paulo Banchero because he may get playing time, but he's not getting unlimited opportunities to fail like Paulo Banchero will because Paulo Banchero is their first overall pick. So the first opportunity that they still not okay. That's still not unlimited opportunities to fail, but also what he did in that was what I've mentioned. What he did in Orlando got him over to Phoenix, but that didn't get him to the starting position in Orlando. That didn't get him elevated into more time. What that did is that Orlando they found they gave him a deal. They gave him a deal. He only got 1 year to play. He got 1 year to play with them. No, but they're gonna give because they're gonna give because Paulo Banchero gets the minutes. Because Paulo Banchero is gonna gets all the minutes. Okay, they won't give an opportunity to let him play like that, and they did at times. He was also he was also a high enough draft pick that mhm. First of all, first of all, Orlando's coaching staff and management do not have the guts or the gall to constantly put ball out there in the same. No, because they don't. No, because they have because people have to be because people have to. No, I'm not making. Uh, because because coaches have to have because coaches have to have to be willing to give players more opportunities when they see them do well. So basically, Ball when he came there, he was never slated to get more minutes than they gave him. Like, you understand, they had a role for him, and once he played up into it, they used him as trade bait. Ball basically came to Orlando to become trade bait. That's what he basically was. They played him up. They played him up to be trade bait. I'm not giving an excuse for anybody. I'm just saying that he's just never. He's just. He's never been. So let's just put it this way: if Ball goes to San Antonio as a lottery pick, he's already Victor Wembanyama. That's all. That's basically all I'm saying. If he, if if he goes to San Antonio, if he goes to San Antonio, no, he wouldn't have because Nikolai Jokic should have been a lottery pick and he wasn't. That's not what I said. I said if Victor Wembanyama, I said he's going. No, no, no. What I'm telling you is that no. Listen to me very specifically. Bol had enough potential to be a lottery pick, to be developed by the right franchise to already be Victor Wembanyama. If you would have given the same chances, he was never going to get the minutes. They already had Jokic, second round pick that already had built himself up for that. Well, they had him in a backup position. I'm talking about he Bo. I'm telling you that Bo is going to come Minnesota. When the franchise but they do though, because when the franchise is looking at their young phenom to try to get him as many minutes as possible, even while they lose, because they want him just to get experience, they will cut off the guy that just came in there. What? But this is Paulo Banchero. So like I said, if Bol had so Bol okay. So what I'm saying, I'm not. No. I haven't compared him to Jokic, and I've never compared him to Paulo Banchero. I'm saying that those two, those two individuals. No, never said that. Never said if he was drafted by Orlando in the same. No, never said that. No, never said that. Oh yes, yes. If he was a high draft pick, he would still be on the team. He would still. No, that's not comparing him to Nikolai. No. Come on. No. Come on, stop. That's not comparing him. That's not comparing him to Nikolai Jokic. Because no, what I'm saying is that these what I'm saying is that these people that I mentioned had from the moment they came into the to their team, or by the time even Bol came to that team, those guys had established roles on their team. Paulo Banchero had an established role on his team based off their team needs. Nikolai Jokic had an established role on his team where his team needs. Bol could never ever beat out any one of them for playing time or position because the team was already set in what they wanted to do. The most Bol could do was build himself. No, because so, so the best so the best Bobo can So the best Bobo can do in his second year in the season, playing behind Nikolai Jokic, is try to make himself good enough to at least be part of a trade package. They traded for a veteran in Aaron Gordon that already been established in their lead in their chase for a championship. He go, he goes to they had a, about the year before they drafted Bobo. Actually, before that, years before Bobo. No, no, sorry, no, not even the year before Bobo. It's like 2, 3 years before Bobo. He's already like 7 years in this league, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's like 7 years in this league already, if I'm not mistaken. No, he didn't. But he established himself early as a, when Denver, when Denver had so when Denver had so he may be naturally gifted versus a guy that all right, that's not oh okay. You are right in the general sense. That is not the case with every single person. And Bobo's skill set, I am fully in belief that if he was ever drafted as a lottery pick, he would still be a starter in this. He would be a starter in this league, still with his original team. But he was drafted as a instead of being drafted as so instead of being drafted as a first round prospect, he was drafted as a second round prospect because we have seen first round prospects. Darko Nelicek. I just mentioned Alfarik Aminu. Guys that got 7 years to fail as a starter in the league, re-signed on their original rookie contract after not showing anything except for just given the opportunity. 36 minutes, 82 games. That's all they were given. And then re-signed for 3 more years to be trash. While there's a slew of guys that we've seen in the second round that deserve those spots. Or we know a bunch of guys that if they would have gotten those same opportunities to be developed, they would gotten those same opportunities to be patient with. If you was gotten that same opportunities to fail without consequence, because we do know failing, given having the ability to fail without wondering if every little thing that you do right or every time that you fail and make a hiccup is going to automatically cost you your career actually helps people develop. It eliminates a level of stress on them that allows that helps foster growth. We have seen this is these are clinical studies. So all I'm saying is that Ball never got the what's that? What's going on? There's been clinical studies on this. There's been studies on this, sports science and all kinds of clinical studies. I don't make shit up, right? So, Hero, I agree with you. On a very on a very simple, basic, common denominator, if you're good enough, you're gonna get the opportunity. He was a lottery pick. He was a lottery pick. Like he was like the fourth pick in the draft. So at time, so okay, Bobo's only like 4 years in the league, so he still has time. You talking about Jordan Clarkson? By the time he found a home, it took him well after. If I'm not mistaken, when Jordan Clarkson finally found a home, but those were bona fide six men of the year. No, no, but those were guys that they were bona fide. Jamal Crawford. But you understand, like, okay, okay, but wait, okay, PJ Tucker's a perfect example. PJ Tucker, PJ Tucker was almost out of the league, not because of his gameplay, because of his attitude on the bench. No, 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 okay, no, no. Miami's a good example though. Again, if he doesn't initially just traded away from Miami, and Miami was looking to try to get, it's also about no, 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 no. After Jokic was there and established. God damn. So not when they, not if they think that they got their, not when they think they got their man already. So if you have Jokic and I think I have my guy already, Bol is expendable, and that's how they've always treated him. I listen, Still will. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not even disagreeing with you. That's the thing. I said that's the wild thing here. I am not disagreeing with you. You are just going way too finite for me to have to fully agree with you because you're acting like the business of sports does not come into play to people getting playing time and to people getting cut. It has nothing to do with their talent. So, so yeah, so and I'm talking about Bobo. Bobo has found himself in precarious scenarios. Miami doesn't give him the proper time of day, but also I don't know what so at the time when Bobo is even in the league, the 7'3" unicorn guy is still kind of iffy. You know what I mean? Like I'm telling you right now, Bobo had a better chance of Bobo, Bobo would have had a better chance of being drafted 2 years from now with with his same skill set. So, sometimes we just miss. Yes, they're fully because he was but that's also because Bobo not only had no, no, I never put him in the same skill set as Banchero. I've only put him in the same skill set as Victor Wabemayu, and he has exactly the same skill set. Yes, they're the same exact player. They're the same exact skill set. And like I said, and like I said, and the only reason why so so like I said, okay, they, let me say, I'm crazy. I could be crazy. Again, if Bol was a San Antonio Spurs seventh overall pick 2 years ago, he'll still be on the San Antonio Spurs today, and we'll be talking about Victor Wabemayu teaming up with Bol and creating the new Eiffel Towers. It's not even on the podcast. You understand? We've been on bonus material for for almost 45 minutes now. Like this whole thing will only be caught on bonus material. Yeah, this could be caught on the video. Like this will be on the video and for podcast. And you know what? Though? Now, I could be. I'm gonna tell you the only place I could be partially biased in this. Since Ball has been in the league, I have made sure he has been on every single 2K team I've ever had, and I always get him. And I always get him for the cheap because he's always a prospect that just willing to let go. And next thing you know, he's in my starting lineup, putting up 23, 10, 12, and 5. And before it was ball, it was pingus. You understand? Like I'm in Brooklyn now with my squad. And when they ask me who I want in the offseason, my first request is going to be ball. My very first request. He's the first player I'm going to ask for. Then I'm going to ask for Davion Mitchell and then Donovan Mitchell. I really want to team up Davion Mitchell, Donovan Mitchell, and Mitchell Robinson all on the same team. That's what I really want to do. Listen, I see things differently. I see things through parallel. I see things through the multiverse. That's what it is. That's what it is. I have multiverse vision. I have I have multiverse. I have I have I can see what would have happened if Ball had stepped on the plant versus smoking it. Listen, call me now for your free reading. Oh man, oh man, he's making money. Oh shit. Mm. You know what? I'm not even gonna get into. Yeah, he's in the yeah, he's up there now. He's up in the DMV area now, if I'm not mistaken. Last time I spoke to him, he was watching Monday Night Football at a local ale house, I think. Oh man, but Joe Will, once again, I appreciate you joining the podcast. I'm not even gonna get into Thursday Night Football. I got Pittsburgh over Tennessee. Like, like, yeah. So that's what kind of what I'm betting on because if I'm gonna put, and I'm glad you said it. 'Cause I was just gonna leave it at that. If I'm gonna constantly if I'm gonna constantly put Mike Tomlin in the category of one of the best coaches in the league, then I also have to start grading him higher when I see him against neophyte quarterbacks. Because if I give Bill Belichick like, yo, he's only neophyte quarterback, you know he's good, you know he has too much knowledge that he's gonna throw so much stuff. He's gonna throw so much stuff on him. He's gonna think like he's going through puberty again. I feel I should also start feeling like that about Mike Tomlin as well too, because Mike Tomlin first and foremost has always made sure his team is led from the defensive end first, and then he gets his quarterbacks. Then wide receiver, you develops them. Quarterbacks come along. You find a badass running back, and he always puts a team together, and still manages to have them above 500. How does he do it? How does Mike Tomlin always manage to be above 500? Hey, Mm. Oh, okay, okay. I see what you. I see what you lead. Mm. Under- Oh, I wonder. You just mentioned something to me. It makes me wonder. Damn it. What I wonder is Jerry Judy screwed up himself from possibly going to Pittsburgh. Only reason why, and I'm gonna tell you the reason why I'm saying this, and I know he's not affiliated with this organization, but remember when Steve Smith, a couple weeks ago, he was on the sideline, and I think Denver had I think they ended up winning that game or whatever, and he wanted to apologize to Jerry Judy, but also interview him, and then Jerry Judy made some weird ass remark to him, and he was like, and the next thing you know, Steve Smith went off on him. He was like, and it made me realize whatever's because it's not a point what Steve Smith really went off about, but in there, Steve Smith basically said, when people come and ask me about you, this is now what I'm going to say, which made me realize that people come to Steve Smith a lot to scout other wide receivers and to get his opinion on them. So and so when you said that, it made me wonder. Even I know he's not affiliated with Pittsburgh, but are people from Pittsburgh possibly went to Steve Smith to try to get some information on Jerry Judy, and did Jerry Judy just screw himself from going to Pittsburgh because you know what they like their wide receivers. Like they'll develop a motherfucker quickly. So it's a hypothetical weird speculation, like 7 degrees of separation connection that may not even connect thing. Just something weird popped in my head. But ultimately about Mike Tomlin, yeah, if I'm gonna constantly call him one of the best coaches in the league, then I'm gonna have to give him like the ultimate advantage over rookie quarterbacks because I'm just gonna assume that he could just out game plan them on defense every single time because it'll just be too confusion for them. Because that's basically how I consider Bill Belichick on the defensive end, or the Shanahan's and and Andy Reid on the offensive end. So yeah, which I'm telling you, I still to this day don't think that Mike Tomlin gets talked about enough. Like we always hear about the Shanahan system and the Reid system or the Patriots culture. I still don't think we hear enough about Pittsburgh culture or the culture Mike Tomlin has set there. Because to this day, the only slight distraction we ever heard come out of Pittsburgh was Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown. And they both proved to be bigger head cases when they left than when they were there, which also shows me that Mike Tomlin was really good on keeping those niggas like in check and whatever they did under wraps. I think he is. I think he is. Because I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Because of course, you know I'm gonna slam that one down. You know I'm gonna slam that one down. Because I'm gonna tell you this. And because I'm gonna tell you why. I am looking at it post Brady. I'm looking at it post Roethlisberger, right? And I'm saying to myself, even pre Brady. But I want all these guys to have their rings afterwards and be successful, established coaches. That now when people come to your organization, they know who you are. There are no doubts. Okay, let's get this done. And when now put into the same rebuilding scenario, Mike Tomlin comes out ahead of Bill Belichick. when put in a scenario of let's start this back from scratch with similar pieces. And that's why I think I'm giving Mike Tomlin the edge. Because like I said, it's very easy. And this is why I say that sometimes you have to think, you have to that's why they say you have to think outside the box. Because it's very easy to say that Bill Belichick is a better coach than Mike Tomlin because he has 6 rings. And if you can't get past the 6 rings, then this conversation will never be able to go anywhere because you'll be what's that? Like but if you look at, but if I try to judge them now past their Hall of Fame quarterbacks, when they now have to take a new group of young talent that knows what you've done, but really is in the mind frame. But what can you do for me now? And how can you relate to them, get them to buy in, and draw out the best talent from this young set of talent without a Hall of Fame quarterback as a catalyst to help drag these to help connect the last dot to this or to make that last end meet. I give Mike Tomlin the edge there. If we're just gonna talk about overall career and how many rings they got, then it's gonna be Bill Belichick because nobody can compare to his 6 rings. But I am looking at actually how he develops players and able to draw talent out of players, even when you don't have a Ben Roethlisberger or a Bill or a Tom Brady back there as the players coach or the player example to be able to tie those loose players in. Listen, because also Bill Belichick but that's the reason why lately I've been questioning Bill Belichick because he's been, but and I've been, I think this year I've been focused a little bit more on who I'm considering the good coaches in the league. And Bill Belichick starts to fall for me when I start to think of them. Like when I think of the good coaches in the league, I think of the Shanahan, I think of Pete Carroll, I think of Mike Tomlin, I think of Andy Reid, and Bill Belichick because of his struggles with a rebuild. It makes me second guessing because all of these guys have had to do what you're doing and they found success or at least ways to not be horrible. Bill Belichick has been horrible without Tom Brady, and he hasn't found a way to connect to this new group of 3-star talent players that his general manager likes to draft for him. Oh, my bad. Bill Belichick is also the general manager, and for some odd reason, New England has a disconnect between their general manager and their head coach. The general manager keeps thinking that the coach is greater than what he think he is, so he keeps getting him 3-star talent instead of going out there and getting him 4 and 5-star talent. But yeah, Bill Belichick though. I mean, he had Tom Brady. That's the so to me they've now become a package deal. So no, 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 no. So no, no. So he helped. He helped. You know what I said when I talked about making that ends meet. He helped. He helped connect the like Tom Brady helped connect the last dot, and where there was the disconnect between coach and player. That's not. That's not what he did with Ben Roethlisberger. So I'm not. See, that's why. That's what I don't want to have. I'm not trying to say that he can't. That he only did it with Brady. I'm saying they did it together. But also, you don't have but Mike Tomlin shows you don't have to have somebody there to at least he hasn't won a championship, but his team isn't. But the fact that I'm I am patting him on the back over Bill Belichick for finding a way to make his team more competitive than Bill Belichick is able to post Hall of Fame quarterback. No, no. The first year. But yeah, well, yes. No, okay, okay, yeah, he's not him. He's not him. Let's see. NFL playoffs. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Kansas City, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Jacksonville, Chargers, Baltimore, Miami. Okay, that's that year. Let's look the year before. The 21-22 season. Tennessee, Kansas, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Vegas, Pittsburgh, and New England. They both made the playoffs. Okay, and that was with Matt Jones. Okay, and he did. And who did Mike Tomlin make the playoffs with that year? It was. Let's see. He might as well have been a rookie. Who was his quarterback? Okay, we're about to find out. We're about to find out. It could have been worse than a rookie. It could have been a backup quarterback. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. We go. Yeah, no, it's super possible. Let's look up. Let's look up who their quarterback was that year. No, no. There's a story behind everything. I'm not trying to create anything. No, no. No, let's no. Let's finish off. Let's finish off the story. Let's finish. Listen, I hear you trying to get your point across. Let's let's find out who this quarterback was in the 2021 season. Let's see here. Final roster. Dwayne Haskins? Mason Rudolph? Dwayne wait. Wasn't Dwayne Haskins a rookie? Wasn't that his rookie season? He didn't play the year before. So Dwayne has okay. How am I being ridiculous if everything's comparable? Yeah, that was Dwayne Haskins' rookie season. Okay, so actually, actually he did not even play with Pittsburgh. So it wasn't even Haskins. No, no, no. It was let's see. It was Mason Rudolph, a third round pick. And wait a minute. Actually, hold on. So wait a minute. Wait a minute. This may not even wait, time out. Wait. I don't think any of those niggas played that year. This may have been yeah. If I'm looking at this correctly, this has still been Roethlisberger's last year because I don't think any of these guys. Okay, so that means that the 2021. No, does it? It just means that I have to look at who we made. Who if he made it to the playoffs in 2022 and who he made it with. That's not okay. You're not listening. You're not listening. All that means is that I'm on the wrong year. I have to find out the year after Ben Roethlisberger, see who he had as quarterback, and see if he made it into the playoffs. That's all I got to do. Simple research. That's all I'm saying. So that was 2020. Yeah, because 2021 doesn't count because that's not a comparable. That's not a comparable. Okay, and in that year he didn't make the playoffs. So the year that he would have had a rookie would have been last year, right? And he did not make the playoffs that year. Now, no. Let's go look at now. Let's make sure we bring in all comparables because what I have to find out is what his record was. Oh, no, still ain't comparable yet. Patriots record. Wait, no, you gotta look at the Patriots record in 2021, right? No, I'm not because we can't stop the story halfway. We have to go all the way through to make sure all possible variables, right, are being accounted for that make this fully comparable. So we got to look up the 2021 season record for the New England Patriots. And that year, under Matt Jones, their record was 10-7. Okay. And they made the players with a 10 and oh, did we lose Chilwell already? Oh no, okay, we still on that. And he missed the play and he made the playoffs on a 10-7 record in a horrible division, by the way, versus the Pittsburgh. No, I think Pittsburgh only won nine. I think Pittsburgh only even won nine. I think I already know the answer to this one. I think Pittsburgh only won 9 games that season. Pittsburgh Steelers 2022 record. So they were 9-8. So okay, Bill Belichick is slightly better than Mike Tomlin. Is that what you want to hear? By 1 game, he's better. by one by 1 game, he's better. That's all he is, and that's only the fact that Mike. So so what happened? So the way no. The facts show that Bill Belichick, right? When you compare Bill Belichick and Mike Tomlin post Hall of Fame career, that Bill Belichick may be slightly better than Mike Tomlin because Bill Belichick in his first year after Tom Brady made it to the playoffs with a record of 10-7, while Mike Tomlin missed the playoffs his first year post Hall of Fame quarterback with a record of 9-8. Cool. We'll see how that narrative continues to play out after this year. Because so far, the way it runs this year, Mike Tomlin is running ahead of this race. But if the playoff appearance is that determining factor to help push the case over, then until Mike Tomlin makes the playoffs, then right now he can't compare to this iteration of Bill Belichick. Oh, there's a comparison. There's a comparison. Like Mike Tomlin is better. Mike Tomlin is better. You give you like like, like given a comparable scenario, Mike Tomlin. No, but I'm gonna compare you post. Now who's making up words? Let me stop. I'm messing with you. I'm messing. Hmm. Listen, and we have, listen. I know I don't have. I know that 81% of the time, I am not gonna come up with the popular opinion. I am consistently outside the box. I like outside. Like I told my niece one day, you gotta learn how to think outside the box. My niece is like, you know what? I like inside the box. It's safe inside the box. I get it. I function from an unsafe place where where I will constantly listen. I function from I am in an unsafe environment where I always open up myself to attacks and shrapnel. I understand this. Listen, we even got the people typing in. Like the only thing that Belichick has never done, the only thing that he got over Bell is that he never had a losing season. That's basically what I'm getting in here. Bill Belichick is 18 games away, if I'm not mistaken, from being the most winningest head. See, things like that will never allow people to think outside the box of Bill Belichick because I'm specifically only judging them post Hall of Fame career, quarterback career. It's very easy for them to do what they did when they had these Hall of Fame quarterbacks. What's that? But they didn't play in the same conference. They didn't play. No, they played in the same conference. No, no, because you said it backwards. You said they were in the same division. So, but it was the other way around. They're in the same conference, but they were never in the same division. Are you telling me? Are you telling me that New England? But I don't know. That's what I'm saying now. I know what you meant. So that's what that- the same thing that how you knew what you meant. You knew what I meant too. But I was trying to say that they're in the same conference, but they're not in the same division. And we all know that that division that Tom Brady was in was a goddamn Twinkie filled division for almost 20 years, while the division that Ben Roethlisberger was in was a goddamn spiked. It was a spiked, rigged, booby trap battle uphill, life and death, while only having one bar of left for the game. They had Baltimore. They had Cincinnati. The Browns were were always consistently competitive. Remember, no, that's competitive. Because we're talking about a Cincinnati era that had Carson Palmer, that also had Ocho Cinco. They had after that they had the Red Rifle. They had some competitive teams that made that division harder on a more cons- more consistently. That division, so because that division, but they had Red. What was the Red Rocket's name? Um, damn it, what was his name? They had they that that division has been way more competitive than the division that Tom Brady has been in. Way more competitive. Way more. You've always had a harder division. Buffalo, Miami, and the Jets. The Jets were shit. The Jets were shit except for maybe 2 years. The Jets were shit except for maybe 2 years of the beginning of the Tom Brady era because we started it, And in the middle of the Tom Brady era, when we had Rex Ryan, only two times. So 4 years out of 20. Buffalo had a decent Yeah, Buffalo had a decent team towards the end of Tom Brady's era when they weren't. He's if we're okay. So if we're calling Pittsburgh, no, listen. If they if we're calling listen, if we're calling Miami, I'm sorry, we're calling New England, and they're not comparable. We're just putting these two sides together so we could get so I can line some things up. If we're calling Pittsburgh New England, that in that conference in the AFC East, they never had a Baltimore to deal. He never had a Baltimore to deal with ever. He never even they listen. The only few times that the Jets or the Dolphins were good, or even the Bills were good, were the exact same few times that Cincinnati was also competitive. So the only times the Jets and the Bills were competitive were about the same times that Cincinnati was competitive. So we're talking about the third level talent that was in that division is what basically Tom Brady had to face, and less than that in that division. So there are differences when it just comes to that. We just had to lay that out a little. We just had to lay that out a little. We got Scarlett Johansson in the building. Listen, that's what I so again. If we're gonna judge it based off of the six rings and stuff like that, you'll never Bill Belichick Mike Tomlin is never in any conceivable way better than Bill Belichick. But as I look at them post Hall of Fame quarterback, Bill Belichick is not that much better than Mike Tomlin post Hall of Fame quarterback career. He's not that much better. We just looked at it. Of course, you could come up. Listen, you know the kind of trap I like. Pause. I invited. Of course, yeah. You could call in. The phone lines are open. Of course, you could call in. Phone lines are always open. We're here for the shits. Shit, I need to cut this podcast also. Yo, we have about less than 10. I'm waiting on the host. I am the host. I sent you one. Call up. Oh, wait. My bad. I followed you. I didn't invite you as a speaker. My bad. I hit the wrong button. There goes the speaker button. It's like, why am I following Ocean State? What's going on? What's going on? Now listen, I already know I'm crazy. I know I'm outside the box. Okay. Post Hall of Fame quarterback. That's what I'm saying. No, this is what I'm saying. I call Mike Tomlin a better coach than Bill Belichick. Post, listen, no, listen to me. Post Hall of Fame. qu- I don't think you heard what I've said. I'm not comparing their 20-year career. That's- I, I'm not. I'm not. No, see again. You haven't listened to me. I have not been comparing their 20-year career. I've been comparing them post Hall of Fame quarterback career. Very specific time frame. Who? In what qualifying way? I think okay. So what I'm saying is in their post. Okay, I got like 2 minutes. in their post Hall of Fame quarterback career. So Bill Belichick without Tom Brady, Mike Tomlin without Ben Roethlisberger. I think that Mike Tomlin has been a better coach. I think he is a better coach. It's fully because of Belichick and the team that they had there. But so but that's the same comparable thing for um for Pittsburgh quarterback. That's not post Tom Brady. That's post Hall of Fame. I'm talking about. So I'm talking about when you no longer have that Hall of Fame person in your locker room to help manage to help that last pieces connect to help the last ends meet. He's no longer in there. He is retired. He's no longer an influential factor in your organization. They are gone. This is the part of their career I'm talking about. What happens if I'm gonna say the same. I'm gonna say the same similar thing that if I put Mike Tomlin in San Diego as well. But they both have been without their Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and they've both had to develop new teams. And in this new developmental stage, I believe Mike Tomlin has been a better coach. I, that's all I've said. I'm not. I've not denounced his 20-year career with Tom Brady. I've just been talking about how I've looked at them when they no longer have that Hall of Fame quarterback. Well, I'm judging them. I'm judging them right now. Well, I'm not judging his whole career. I'm judging a specific time frame. But if we're talking about his whole career, Bill Belichick is better. I've said this. I've said this over and over again. But in these last couple of years, time's up. Time is up. We're gonna have to continue this on Friday. I will be back. You guys have to re-listen to this. God damn. This is a 4.5 hour show for no reason. I love it. I love it. I'm surprised I can even talk this long. I need to take my ass to bed. Hey yo, do me a favor. Let's drop my outro so we can get the fudge out of here.
Sorry, B. I tried. Honest. All the bandwidth in the world couldn't keep me contained. No lag, no lag.
Nah, I'm not even gonna start that.
Gonna share my talents with Podbean Live. Always knew I was put the pod there. Just a lot later than a lot of listeners thought. Last of the real gabbers. Well, maybe not the last. Munchkin got good mic skills. New, improved MyT podcaster. Potting down now. Last call for drinks. Bars closing. Sun's out. Heard the casino got a buffet breakfast. Don't wanna go far. Wild night. Tired, B. Tired. My tea.
Oh shit. Let's get the fuck out of here. End this.